In the early morning hours, a cry for help is heard in a small village under scarlet clouds. The cry pierces the air, creating an atmosphere of alarm. A figure can be seen on the horizon, rapidly approaching a woman with golden hair. It is Lane. A huge dark boulder looms over Lane's head, rolling straight towards her. The situation seems hopeless, but her gaze is full of determination. She's not going to give in a single step and prepares to face the danger. Another scream sounds nearby, warning Lane of the looming threat. She stands confidently with axe in hand, ready to face the enemy. Her courage is unwavering. She knows there is no retreat. Memories of the hardships Lane has faced in the past flash through her mind. She's so poor that she couldn't even travel to the capital, but that's no reason to give up. She clutches her axe and prepares for battle. With a powerful leap, Lane pushes herself off the ground, intending to deliver a devastating blow to the boulder. Her movements are precise and quick, every muscle tense, preparing for the decisive moment. With tension and anger in her eyes, Lane raises the axe above her head. Her face expresses determination and rage. She will not let the threat destroy her home and her life. The axe glistens in the rays of the setting sun. With incredible force, Lane brings the axe down on the boulder, shattering it into pieces. The ground shakes from the impact and the shards fly in all directions. Her determination saved not only herself, but the entire village. Breathing heavily, Lane steps back, watching the consequences of her action. The boulder, shattered into pieces, is no longer a threat. She has won, but her thoughts continue to swirl around the coming ordeal. Lane turns to the departing boulder, holding the axe on her shoulder. She knows this is only the beginning and more battles lie ahead, but her heart is full of determination and ready to fight. "Shit," she says quietly, but you can see the pride in her eyes for a job well done. Lane, the monster hunter, doesn't give up in the face of adversity and continues on her journey, ready to protect the world and her loved ones from any threat. Park Ji-young, an ordinary girl from Korea 3 years ago, was just passionate about anime and manga. She enjoyed her quiet and peaceful hobby, immersing herself in the worlds of her favorite stories. Suddenly, her life was turned upside down. Lane found herself in an unfamiliar world, surrounded by 3 men who clearly didn't understand what was going on. One of them complained that he couldn't even see his favorite character while staying here, expressing his frustration. Lane felt despair and bewilderment, wondering why she was in this strange, God-forsaken place. Her thoughts were full of chaos. She couldn't come to terms with what was happening. The realization came suddenly. The world she found herself in was the world of the novel Abyss's End, which she had once read. The discovery stunned her. She couldn't believe her eyes or her thoughts. Lane remembered that book readers can be divided into several types. Some, like her, immerse themselves in the story, completely forgetting about reality and enjoying the new universe. She remembered lying on her bed reading this novel and how her thoughts drifted far away into this fictional world. Those memories were especially vivid now. As she read the book, Lane realized that there were some people who looked only at the appearance of the characters. Remembering the cover of the novel, she felt all the emotions she had felt when she first saw the illustration of the main character. His face was perfect and it caught her attention. It was because of him that she read this novel to the end, even though the plot didn't take her very far. The image of Gerard Isolanis, the main character of the novel, surfaced before her eyes. His blonde hair, his noble garb, it all seemed even more real and meaningful now. Gerard, the crown prince and protagonist of the story, stood before her. Lane realized she was inside the plot of the book she was reading, and it changed her whole life, making her see it from a different perspective. A golden-haired man ruthlessly gets rid of everyone close to the young girl. He then comforts her, gaining her trust, and she falls into his arms, not realizing that her heart is slowly breaking. The girl, sitting at her desk and leafing through a book, contemplates how disgusting a person this man is. However, despite his appalling actions, she can't help but recognize his attractiveness. Immersed in her thoughts, she wonders how she would feel if she saw Gerard in person. Her imagination paints meeting him as something even more exciting. At that moment, she realizes she has to stop. She realizes that wanting to enter a fictional world and see everything with her own eyes was a mistake. Lane, a young woman with golden hair, engages in a dialogue with the young man behind the counter. She does not hide her annoyance and displeasure when she encounters rude treatment. The young man behind the counter explains that this place is a trading center for valuable materials left over from monsters and is run by the Imperial family. He urges Lane to refrain from using rude language. However, Lane does not tolerate such remarks and responds sharply, showing her displeasure and strength. She demands to be counted correctly and responds to the young man with defiance when he tries to explain himself. When the young man, frightened by her anger, explains that the price is 3 gold coins, Lane responds to him in a rage, deeming it absurd. Emotions boil over and the conflict gathers momentum. The situation heats up, and Lane demonstrates his strength and intransigence in the face of all odds. In a world where monster hunters are rapidly increasing in numbers, 3 times as many people have begun bringing level 1 creatures completely unharmed to the Monster Valuable Materials Trading Center. In this center, where monsters and their parts become commodities, there is a new character, Lane, a woman with golden hair. She shares the news that devil horns can be sold on the black market for 3 gold pieces apiece. The employee, upon hearing Lane's words, begins to panic and claims that the black market is illegal. He emphasizes that even if the devil horns are top-notch, it does not justify selling them on the black market. His words are filled with fear and uncertainty. Lane smiles and remarks that these days, monster prices are determined by demand, not risk. She wonders if she brings a higher-level monster skin, will it cost 5 times as much? This thought clearly confuses the worker. She continues the discussion by saying that if you follow his logic, you could take a less valuable prey with a higher demand and get more money for it. This causes the center employee even more doubt and confusion. Lane doesn't relent and reminds him that there is a high demand for level 5 materials, which is where the idle monster belongs. She is certain that the highest price can be gotten for such materials, which makes the employee even more nervous. The center worker, finally confused, asks if she is wrong in her assumptions. Lane confidently states that she is not and points out the logic behind her words, which puts him under even more stress. Suddenly, Lane calls him by his first name, Kevin Banks, which gives him a shock. He didn't expect her to know his name, and this makes him realize who he is dealing with. The situation becomes even more tense. Lane approaches him and threatens that if he tries to sell the materials at an undervalued price one more time, she will show him what a real monster is. Her confidence and threat make it clear that she's not kidding. Kevin, shocked and frightened, realizes that Lane is not just a huntress, but someone with vast experience and knowledge. He realizes that he'd better not mess with her and follow her advice to avoid trouble in the future. Lane walked up to the counter, holding in her hand the heavy axe she had just forged. There was a look of determination and confidence on her face. She looked at the salesman and firmly asked the price for her work. After careful inspection, the seller announced the price, 7 gold pieces. Without hesitation, Lane pulled the 7 coins out of her pocket and held them out to the seller. He accepted the payment with surprise, realizing that such items were usually valued cheaper. With a wide smile on her face, Lane assured the seller that she would definitely come back again. She emphasized that such good service could not be found on the black market. Her confidence and professionalism impressed the clerk, who looked at her with respect. Leaving the store, Lane cheerfully said goodbye with a wave of her hand. The salesman embarrassedly said goodbye back, a little flustered by her energy and ease. She walked down the street with ease, feeling the satisfaction of a job well done and a successful transaction. On the street, Lane met Kevin, who was waiting for her outside. He immediately called out to her, wanting to know how much she had gotten for the axe. Lane knew that Kevin was also trying to sell his wares, and it was important for him to compare his successes with hers. Lane calmly replied that she had gotten 7 gold pieces for her work. Kevin was shocked to hear that amount, as he had only been paid 3 gold pieces for similar work. He couldn't believe such a difference in valuation. Lane explained to Kevin that his problem was that he accepted whatever he was given without question. She advised him to be more assertive and not be afraid to stand up for himself. Kevin countered that he served the Imperial family and hoped that would give him privileges. Lane just shrugged and said that she didn't see why serving the Imperial family should mean anything in that context. She expressed her dissatisfaction with people of the same rank being divided into aristocrats and commoners. Lane stated that if the Imperial family wanted good treatment, they should help on the frontier and support the common people rather than putting themselves above others. She was convinced that justice and equality were key values that society should have. Kevin sighed heavily, realizing that Lane was right. He felt bad about his naivety and inability to stand up for himself. Lane continued to talk about the importance of being brave and persistent in any endeavor. Lane reflected on the fact that people need to face a monster in order to reevaluate their attitudes and actions. She, full of determination and laughter, flew the purple flying creature, trying to prove that it was possible to overcome any challenge. Winan reminded Lane that Isolanus' blessing protected the palace, making it impregnable to enemies. Surrounded by magical protection, the palace was inaccessible to those who tried to disturb its peace. Lane complained about her inability to get to the capital to see her beloved. Her frustration and bitterness was evident as she pondered why she had ended up in this place in the first place. Lane's loyalty was threatened, and she realized that her feelings might be about to be destroyed. She realized her foolishness, hoping that one encounter with the man could bring her back to her old life. Winan was confused by Lane's behavior and didn't know what she was talking about. She decided it wasn't worth it to explain to him her feelings and the fact that she was in a bad mood. Instead, Lane opted to go home and eat some meat, hoping that it would somehow calm her down and give her the strength to go on. Winan tried to stop Lane, but she kept walking without turning around. He was amazed at her determination and did not understand her actions, feeling helpless before her persistence. It had been 3 years since they had been together, but Winan still couldn't understand what Lane was thinking. Her thoughts and feelings remained a mystery to him, despite their shared history and experiences. Sunset illuminated the majestic palace, its golden domes glowing in the light of the setting sun. The grandeur of the palace was astonishing in its beauty and power, causing a sense of awe and admiration in all who saw it. The Duke appeared before a respectful man who sat on a throne in a hall flooded with the golden light of the sunset. He met her gaze with importance and calmness, waiting for an explanation and further action. He was ready to listen to Clive and decide how to handle the situation. He greeted the Duke, calling him by his first name, and he realized that an important conversation awaited them. His calm and confident demeanor gave her hope that they could find a solution to all their problems. This meeting could change many things in their lives. Duke Clive Winterlock, dressed in a magnificent military uniform with gold epaulettes, stood with pride and determination, his serious gaze fixed forward, radiating strength and confidence, attracting the attention of everyone around him. Lane spent several days in the cramped studio apartment, suffering from loneliness and claustrophobia. She tried to find some peace under these conditions, but each day seemed endless and exhausting, robbing her of her strength. Heat engulfed her body, and Lane could feel the scalding fire coming from her mouth. She struggled to stay awake, clinging to every slightest opportunity to stay conscious, fighting against her floating mind. On the verge of exhaustion, Lane fell into a deep sleep. Through the fog of consciousness, she began to hear a voice calling her back to reality. Slowly, she felt her body regain its strength and come back to life. Waking up, Lane found herself in an unfamiliar place. She was lying on a wooden bed, and around her was a modest but cozy interior. The middle-aged man standing next to her looked agitated, which increased her anxiety. Lane looked around, trying to figure out where she was. Her thoughts were confused, and she couldn't remember what had happened to her. The man standing next to her seemed wary, as if he expected her to do something. The man looked at her anxiously, his eyes reflecting worry and concern. Lane tried to collect her thoughts and understand what was happening, but her mind refused to obey, leaving her in a state of confusion and uncertainty. Lane tried to remember the recent events, but her mind was in chaos. She wondered if it was all a dream, and her heart clenched with fear. Everything around her seemed unreal and frightening. Her face expressed mixed feelings, confusion, anxiety, and hope that this was just a nightmare. Her eyes searched for answers, but found none. Lane felt trapped in her own fears and doubts. The man explained that he was concerned about her absence and decided to see if everything was okay, which led him to this meeting. Lane listened to him, trying to understand what was happening and realizing that she had a long road to recovery ahead of her. Lane opened her eyes, full of determination and anger. She thought she had been eaten by a monster, but was now confident in her strength and ready to fight for her survival. A fire burned in her gaze, and she felt she had to do something. The old man standing next to her tried to talk her into staying and resting, but Lane was adamant. His voice was full of anxiety, but her will and desire to act was stronger. She knew that if she stayed, she would miss her chance. Shaking off any doubts, Lane rushed out of the house, ignoring the cries of the old man who tried to stop her. She could feel the wind hitting her face, and her heart was beating like crazy. She had to act fast. Her thoughts whirled through her head, trying to make sense of what was happening. Everything seemed to be a lie, and she couldn't afford to stay away. Her heart was full of anger and pain, but she knew she had to find the truth. Lane stopped, looking at her surroundings. Her eyes widened in surprise. Did the world of Abyss End really exist? She felt that this moment would change her life forever. She knew that she had to be careful. Suddenly, a huge monster with burning eyes and sharp fangs appeared in front of her. He was the epitome of fear and terror, but Lane didn't flinch. She knew that she had no right to retreat and must fight to the end. Her heart was beating fast. The monster let out a loud roar, full of rage and menace. The sound would have paralyzed anyone, but Lane remained calm. She could feel its power pressing down on her, but her resolve did not waver. She knew this was her test, and she must pass it. She looked at the monster, realizing the gravity of the situation. Her heart was beating fast, but she was ready. There was no fear in her eyes, only determination. She knew she had to fight for her future. Her hands clenched into fists. The monster took a step forward, and Lane didn't back down a single step. She was ready to fight to her last breath, because something bigger than her life was at stake. She knew she couldn't afford to lose. Her eyes burned with determination. A single question escaped her lips. What? It was a challenge to fate, and Lane was ready to accept it. Her voice was full of determination and strength. She knew she had to go all the way, no matter what happened. Her eyes looked forward. Lane, the woman with golden hair, leaps at the monster with great speed, her arms folded into a fighting stance. She is determined and resolutely heads straight for its face. The look on her face shows that she is ready for this clash despite the danger. She cries out to herself in fear, wondering what kind of monster is in front of her. Lane makes an acrobatic leap and yelps in pain at the moment of impact, but she does not give up. Her will is not broken, and she continues to fight despite the odds. Lane realizes that the pain is real, which means that everything that is happening is not a dream. She is on alert, her mind working quickly, thinking about her next strategy. This awareness helps her focus on the goal. She realizes that something must be done to stop the monster. Lane's gaze falls on a weapon that can help her in the battle. She ponders how she can use this moment to win. The monster at this time approaches, his huge figure inspiring fear. He looks at Lane with his glowing eyes and prepares to attack. Lane knows that there is a serious challenge ahead, but she is determined to win. The red stone on the monster's forehead begins to glow, emitting an ominous light. This makes Lane wary, but she realizes that this stone may be the key to its vulnerability. She decides to focus her efforts on destroying this stone. Lane grabs a battle weapon and feels a surge of power. In her hands, this weapon becomes a symbol of hope and strength. She clutches it tighter and prepares to deliver a decisive blow to the monster. With a tremendous effort, Lane leaps at the monster with a battle cry. Her face expresses rage and determination. She is ready for the decisive blow. Lane targets the red stone, aiming to destroy it. After a powerful blow, Lane lands on the ground. She keeps her guard up and looks around, checking to see if any threat remains. Her feet firmly on the ground, she is ready for her next move. At that moment, Lane sees her reflection in a puddle. She realizes that there are more challenges ahead. Determination never leaves her face, and she is ready to continue on her journey, not giving up on anything. Lane heard a loud scream behind her and turned around. Her eyes spotted Winan and his companion running towards her through the dense forest. Lane was confused, but tried to remain calm. She didn't understand what had happened, but her instincts told her to stay alert. Winan, panting and excited, approached Lane and asked if she was okay. His eyes expressed deep concern and worry. He was ready to help her at any moment, despite his own fatigue. Lane, shrinking from inner tension, grabbed Winan by the collar and demanded to know the name of the local prince. Her voice was full of desperation and determination, as if her life depended on it. Winan was surprised by this reaction, but realized that this was extremely important to Lane. Lane's inner voice reminded her that she should speak respectfully, but her emotions overwhelmed her and she again pressed Winan for the crown prince's name. She raised her voice, trying to give her words weight. Winan, breathing heavily and trying to calm down, finally said the prince's name. He said the crown prince's name was Gerard Isolanus. Winan was clearly tired and exhausted, but his eagerness to help Lane had not disappeared. Lane, not believing her ears, quietly said that she couldn't believe Gerard existed. Her inner voice told her it was crazy. She couldn't imagine that such a man existed and that she now had to face him. Winan, noticing Lane's reaction, was scared for her. He warned her that if they continued to say such things, they could be beheaded. Winan added that as monster hunters, they could be executed immediately if they were caught talking like that. Lane was shocked, realizing the danger involved. Lane, realizing the difficult situation she was in, laughed. The laughter was nervous, almost hysterical. She realized that she was in big trouble and that she needed to urgently look for a way out. Lane admitted with a smile on her face that she hadn't expected to see Gerard after his death. Her face expressed both weariness and determination. She realized that this was not the end, but only the beginning of a long and dangerous journey. Lane, regaining her strength, stood in front of Winan and said that she was now ready for any challenge. Her eyes sparkled with determination and her heart blazed with fire. Winan felt her inner strength and realized that together they could overcome any obstacle. Lane isn't happy with the situation she's in. She thinks that if they decided to put her in another body, they should have done it properly, thinking everything through. Her resentment grows as she cannot understand the meaning of being in the body of a non-existent character. Reflecting on what has happened, Lane comes to the conclusion that it would have been better if she had been put into the body of a person close to the imperial family. That way she would at least be able to see Gerard, someone who is important to her. Lane continues to ponder what is happening, wondering what the hell is going on around her in the first place. Even the villagers say they don't know her, which adds to her feelings of alienation and isolation. One of the villagers reminds her that she only recently arrived here. Lane is confused, her thoughts are muddled, and she doesn't understand what's going on. She can't remember how she ended up in this village or why no one knows her. Her despondency turns to anger. She thinks life sucks, but her resolve grows stronger. She's determined to find answers to her questions and figure out who is behind it all. Lane decides that she will not passively wait for things to change. She will take action herself and find out the truth. In a fit of desperation, Lane turns to God, if indeed he exists, and slams her fist into the ground with force, causing cracks to form. She feels her power begin to awaken, and it gives her confidence. At this point, her determination becomes unyielding. She overcomes all obstacles and strives to break free from the trap she has fallen into. Lane is determined to go all the way no matter what. Her will and spirit become her main weapons in the fight against the unknown. Lane promises herself that she will definitely break the neck of whoever is responsible. She resolutely clenches her fist, ready to fight. Lane is full of anger and determination. She is not going to give up and will fight to the last man. Her eyes blaze with rage. She is ready to do anything for her goal. The world that Lane finds herself in is full of danger. Each monster has unique abilities and attacks people in packs, which only complicates the task of hunters. Lane realizes that she will face many trials and difficulties. In some areas where there are no noble families, the hunters take it upon themselves to protect their loved ones, using all their strength to fight the monsters. Lane sees that people are forced to fend for themselves and rely only on themselves. Lane, a woman with golden hair, appears in the forest carrying a huge monster on her shoulder that she defeated single-handedly. The men watching her are stunned by her strength and bravery. One of the men, upon seeing the level 1 monster that Lane was able to defeat, simply cannot believe his eyes. He exclaims in surprise and wonders how she managed to do it. Lane, not understanding why they are so surprised, calmly explains that she simply chopped the monster with her axe. Her simplicity and straightforwardness in her answer further stuns those around her. Reflecting on her recent actions, Lane has mixed feelings. She recalls what she was told earlier, and it causes her to feel frustrated and angry. Suddenly, another warrior appears in front of Lane, challenging her to a fight. He shouts loudly and demands to fight him. Lane, despite the noise and pressure, remains calm and cool. She realizes that this is an inevitable part of her journey and shows no fear of the challenge. Lane reflects on how her desire to remain alone has led to the exact opposite result. She has to draw attention to herself and become the center of everyone's attention, which is not at all what she wants. Lane begins to realize that the rules set in their world are often annoying and ridiculous. She agrees to accept the challenge despite her inner resistance. The village elder announces that only the one who defeats Lane will be allowed to hunt alone in the forest of Antheon. This announcement causes a stir among those gathered. Each of them sees Lane as their main rival, and tensions rise. Lane, realizing the complexity of the situation, decides to stay away from the old man, seeing him as the source of her problems. She feels a strong irritation towards him and sees his rules as the cause of her current difficulties. Her mind is focused on finding a way out of this situation. Lane, still in her thoughts, asks God to forget what he said earlier. She wants to change her destiny and avoid unnecessary conflicts and challenges in the future. Lane seeks to find her path that will allow her to live in peace and harmony with herself. Lane, a golden-haired warrior, tries to calm herself down as she realizes that she has an ordinary person to deal with. Her face expresses a mixture of restrained anger and determination. She tries to pull herself together, reminding herself that she is only human. A young man with a sword behind his back taunts Lane, doubting her abilities. He wonders if the great Ella Lane is really standing in front of him, as she doesn't look like a formidable opponent who can handle even a low-level monster. Lane, ignoring the taunts, looks at the guy carefully, guessing his true intentions. She assumes that he's gangbanging in the city and just wants to make some extra money by hunting monsters. The guy is surprised by Lane's reaction, asking what she means. Lane, pretending to agree with him, says he's right. Her voice comes out with a slight sneer, but she remains calm and confident. Lane continues, stating that, just as he said, she really isn't capable of handling the monster. In the background, her companions look worried and puzzled as to how she could admit this without realizing her true intentions. Nevertheless, Lane confidently declares that she still has to defeat it in order to go into the forest alone. She makes it clear that her target is not just a monster, but proof of her power. Lane chuckles and wonders if she really needs someone's permission to do this. She says that it's okay to just go without any complications, hinting that she's willing to act on her own. Guy, realizing that things have been weird all along, admits his doubts. Lane confirms his thoughts, adding that the forest has no master and he can safely go there. Lane wonders if the guy actually believed that someone could defeat her. Guy realizes it was a joke and wonders how he could have been so naive given his age and experience. Guy thanks Lane for her honesty, laughing at his own naivety. Lane looks at him with a slight smile, realizing that her plan worked, and she was able to convince him of her weakness to act on her own plan. Lane watches the departing man who, waving his hand, cheerfully announces that he is heading out. She sarcastically asks him to disappear forever. Despite her outward calm, her face reflects an inner struggle, for she realizes that there are deeper motives behind this decision. Her expression suddenly turns serious. She quietly calls the man an idiot, not believing in his ability to handle something truly difficult. Lane clearly realizes that his decision to go alone could have unfortunate consequences, but she doesn't want to show her alarm. Winan, appearing in the room, sees Lane and realizes that the situation is getting out of hand. He wonders how such a fool could have gotten the idea to go hunting alone. His face is full of worry, for he feels responsible for the safety of everyone in their group. Lane, continuing with her business, shows obvious irritation. She doesn't feel the need to waste time with excuses and persuasion. Her position is clear. It's useless to dissuade fools from doing reckless things. Her cold indifference clearly contrasts with Winan's excitement. Winan does not give up and tries to get through to Lane, convincing her of the danger of the situation. He expresses his concern, saying that if this man does go into the forest alone, he will likely die. Lane, hearing Winan, explains that she is annoyed by the very fact of trying to talk someone out of doing something crazy. She thinks it's a waste of time and nerves, and she's sure her position is the right one. Winan, in turn, tries to find a logical explanation for her coldness. In the course of the conversation, it becomes clear that Lane is simply not interested in that man's appearance. Her indifference to his fate becomes obvious, and Winan realizes that it is useless to argue with her. He is forced to accept her point of view, although he remains worried inside. Realizing the futility of his attempts, Winan sighs deeply and contemplates the situation. He is frustrated at not being able to protect someone who clearly needs help. His helplessness only adds to his frustration. The noise catches Winan's attention again, and he exclaims indignantly that this is too much. He tries to hold the man back, but his efforts are in vain. Lane, on the other hand, observes the situation with cold calmness, not interfering. Lane, having calmed down, notes to herself that the day has gone smoothly. She is satisfied with her decision and returns home with a sense of accomplishment. Her confidence in the rightness of her actions remains unshaken despite the day's events. Golden-haired Lane ponders the rescue of one hapless man. She realizes that there is no need to worry, as he was saved by Winan. Her look of determination shows that she is ready for action. Lane is suddenly alert, sensing something unusual. Her eyes, filled with attention, focus on something ahead. In her mind, a plan for how to deal with the situation is maturing. The head of the village, Rob Gleason, appears in front of Lane. He stands in front of his house, arms folded across his chest. Their gazes cross, and the tension in the air is palpable. Rob, seeing Lane, greets her cheerfully. He's genuinely happy to see her, despite his current problems. His friendliness slightly eases the tension of the moment. Lane expresses displeasure and irritation. She senses that the situation requires her intervention, and her gaze becomes stern and determined. Internal tension builds. Lane recalls that it has been quite some time since their last meeting. She mentions Gleason's ongoing cuckoo problems that continue to make her uncomfortable. Her irritation grows. Rob explains that by cuckoos, he means young men who venture into the woods alone. His calm face shows that he realizes the seriousness of the situation, despite his slight smile. Lane, clenching her fists angrily, asks when Rob plans to change the rules. Her outrage and determination is evident in every movement. She demands immediate action. Lane wonders if she will need to resort to extreme measures to force Rob to change the rules. Her thoughts become more and more determined and firm. Rob and Lane get into a fierce argument. Both express mutual annoyance, calling each other annoying old man and crazy huntress. Despite the conflict, there is a sense of connection and understanding between them. Lane is contemplating whether to blow off steam and turn things around when Rob Gleason, the village leader, offers to discuss it later. She finds his calm demeanor a little annoying, and she doesn't hide her displeasure. Rob Gleason comes to Lane with a serious face, which is uncharacteristic of him. He asks Lane for one urgent favor, causing her bewilderment. His sudden seriousness confuses Lane, and she wants to understand what happened. Lane wonders why Rob has become so abruptly serious, and asks him to speak as usual. She assumes that the flying monsters have reappeared at Baron Beakram's mansion and prepares for another mission. Rob interrupts her thoughts, telling her that she doesn't even have to continue her speculation. He's willing to do anything to get rid of some stupid rule and asks Lane to consider it as payment for her labor, which intrigues her even more. Lane, being interested, asks what exactly Rob wants from her. Rob replies that he will have another request, making Lane wary and ready for something unexpected. Rob calls Lane by name, getting her full attention. His next request startles Lane. He asks her to stop hunting monsters. This unexpected request knocks her out of her stride. Lane looks at Rob with a serious and determined expression on her face. She can't understand why Rob would ask her to do such a thing and feels an inner contradiction between her duty and his request. At this time, the action shifts to a magnificent castle at sunset. The grandeur and beauty of the building create an atmosphere of mystery and importance of the upcoming events, emphasizing the drama of the situation. A man apologizes to an important person for his absence from the Great Council for personal reasons. His words sound sincere, but the question remains as to what is really going on and what secrets lie behind these events. Lane and Rob Gleason discuss the upcoming events in the village. Rob, the head of the village, expresses doubt that anyone will even apply for the mission. Lane, slightly disappointed, replies that one can never be sure of what will happen, as surprises are always possible. Lane tells her that she has heard that there is a very large fee being promised for completing the assignment. Rob, seeing her enthusiasm, looks at her carefully, hoping that this will be a decisive argument for her. Lane confidently confirms Rob's words, saying that she has indeed heard about the high pay. Her eyes begin to sparkle with joy and excitement, as the prospect of earning a large sum of money is very appealing to her. Rob reminds Lane that she just gave in to temptation because of the money. Lane grudgingly clarifies exactly what he means, a little confused by his words and trying to understand his point of view. Rob concludes that Lane shouldn't hunt monsters in the presence of a nobleman, as it could be dangerous. Lane, slightly annoyed, confirms that this is exactly what he was saying and wonders what to do next. Lane wonders why Rob doesn't want to send her as a guide. He answers in the affirmative, explaining his reasoning. Lane feels disappointed since she was counting on his support. Lane reasons that many people can destroy monsters, but few can find them. She asks Rob to let her stay in the village, as she feels her skills could be useful here as well. Rob says he can't let an excellent hunter like Lane leave the village. He looks pleased and confident in his decision, hoping his words will convince her to stay. Lane reminds Rob that he himself talked about the big money for completing the task. She's sure she could be a great guide and shield for the village, and asks him to reconsider his decision. Rob ponders why he should stay in the village when he can make more money from fulfilling the request. He decides to increase the request fee by 50% and abolish the annoying rule, seeing it as a benefit to everyone. Rob, Gleason, and Lane are sitting around a table in the wood room discussing recent events. Rob reports that Baron Beckram is greatly upset over the arrival of a high-ranking aristocrat. The event has caused great excitement among the villagers. Lane is perplexed as to why the aristocrat has come to their small village. Rob explains that the aristocrat will be joining the Naipaul Canyon border unit to do monster research or something similar. Lane looks wary. Lane, clearly puzzled, wonders why exactly the border squad would be doing such research. She recalls that this squad has already gone bankrupt once due to lack of support, and doesn't understand why they would repeat the mistakes of the past. Rob agrees with her doubts, noting that only a madman would go about exterminating monsters for a paltry paycheck. He takes a sip from his mug, trying to hide his concern, but his words sound convincing. Rob continues, explaining that most of the monsters in the canyon are level 1, and they aren't much of a threat. However, a mistake could cost a life, so the risk is great. He emphasizes his words, placing the mug on the table. Lane looks at Rob with understanding, but can't understand why anyone would take such a risk. She tenses up, her face expressing concern. Lane begins to wonder about the reasons for what is happening and its implications for the village. Images of warriors preparing for battle flash through Lane's mind. She realizes that these men are not going to their deaths of their own free will, but because of a power struggle between aristocrats. This thought causes her to internally protest and want to get to the bottom of the situation. Rob assures Lane that Baron Beckram said that this aristocrat can be trusted. Lane, despite her doubts, ponders Rob's words, trying to find a logical explanation in them. Her face expresses a mixture of doubt and determination. Rob continues, telling her that the aristocrat wants to hire a guide to help him navigate the village. This news raises even more questions for Lane, and she begins to suspect that the aristocrat's true motives may be hidden. Rob emphasizes that if any of the villagers go with the aristocrat, they will become human shields for him. He thinks it's a waste of valuable talent. Lane looks worried and decides that she must deal with the situation to protect her men. Lane and Rob Gleason discuss the upcoming events. Rob expresses doubt that anyone will even apply. Lane replies that who knows what could happen. She tries to convince him that there is always the possibility that there will be someone willing to take a risk for the promised rewards. Lane states that she has heard that there is a lot of money being paid for completing a mission. Rob looks at her with an expression of hope and enthusiasm, imagining how that money could help their village out of its predicament and improve the lives of all its inhabitants. Lane agrees with Rob, confirming that she has indeed heard about the high payment. Her eyes sparkle with joy and excitement because more money could change her life, allowing her to fulfill long-held dreams and help her loved ones. Rob reminds Lane that she just gave in to temptation because of the money. Lane grudgingly clarifies what that means. She doesn't want to admit that she's only motivated by money, because she also has a passion for adventure and a thirst for justice burning in her heart. Rob concludes that Lane shouldn't hunt monsters in the presence of a nobleman. Lane confirms that this is exactly what he was talking about. She realizes that it could be dangerous and that she needs to be careful not to endanger herself and others. Lane irritably asks why Rob won't send her as a guide. He answers in the affirmative. Lane feels disappointed, but realizes that Rob has his reasons and that he is concerned for her safety. Lane reasons that many people can destroy monsters, but few can find them. She asks Rob to let her stay in the village, reasoning that her monster-finding skills might be useful in protecting their settlement. Rob says he can't let an excellent hunter like Lane leave. He seems pleased and confident in his decision, for Lane is indeed an important part of their community, and her contributions are invaluable. Lane reminds Rob that he himself talked about the big money. She is confident that she can be a great guide and shield for the village, as her experience and skills will allow her to successfully deal with any threats and make good money. Rob ponders why he should stay in the village. He decides to increase the request fee by 50% and abolish the annoying rule. He feels that this will help attract more hunters and solve many of their community's problems, improving living conditions for everyone. Lane stares intently in front of her, her green eyes full of determination and tension. She is preparing for an important meeting, thinking about what she has to do. Her thoughts are racing by at lightning speed, and she feels that today is going to change something in her life. Rob Gleason, the head of the village, expresses his joy that Lane has agreed to his proposal. He smiles, but his gaze is wary. He warns her that deception will not go unpunished, and he does so with such confidence that Lane feels a chill run down her spine. Lane assures Rob that she has no reason to deceive him, since she doesn't have a second life. She explains that she has nothing to lose and that acting honestly is the only sensible path for her. Rob listens intently, and Lane can see that he is beginning to believe her. Rob is satisfied with her words and agrees to accept the request. He feels that Lane is trustworthy and can be relied upon for her promises. They exchange glances, and Lane sees in his eyes respect and hope that their collaboration will be successful. Rob says goodbye to Lane, wishing her a good night. He leaves the room, leaving her alone with her thoughts and plans for the future. Lane looks after him, feeling mixed feelings. She knows there are challenges ahead of her, and she is preparing for them. Lane reflects on Rob, noticing how skillfully he manipulates people. She realizes that he knows how to push the right points. This makes her respectful and wary at the same time. She knows she has to be on her guard. Thinking back to her former boss, Lane realizes that Rob reminds her of the past. Her former boss also tried to hold her back by giving her a raise when she wanted to leave. These memories cause Lane to have mixed feelings, and she ponders her future strategy. Lane thinks about Rob, who has come to the frontier to research monsters. She tries to understand his true motives and goals, feeling the tension building. She realizes she must be careful not to fall into a trap. She recalls a book called Abyss's End in which she read something similar to the current situation. This increases her suspicion and wariness. Lane feels that a complex game is being played out in front of her, and she must be prepared for any surprises. Lane is left alone, immersed in thoughts about Rob and his possible plans. She decides to figure out who he really is and what his intentions are so she can be ready for any challenge. She has some tough choices to make and important decisions to make. Lane sat at the table in the wooden shack, staring thoughtfully into her mug of drink. She couldn't remember anything important, but she was sure it didn't matter right now. In the back of her mind, she felt that the past was behind her, and that helped her find peace in the present. Looking at the surface of the drink, Lane saw the reflection of a stranger in it. A flash of memories of her lover with a beautiful face who was far away made her feel sad. She realized that this image would never replace the one she cared for. She laughed softly as she sat alone at the table. In the empty room, illuminated by the soft light, Lane pondered her experiences and fate. Her smile hid a deep sadness and loneliness. Her face darkened at the thought of why handsome guys don't fall from the sky. Lane dreamed of a chance encounter that could change her life, but reality kept her going back to thoughts of the past and her current situation. A few days passed and the quiet village came to life. Groups of knights on horseback appeared on the horizon, slowly advancing along the stone road. The sounds of hooves and the clanking of armor filled the air, giving the village an atmosphere of anticipation. The group of knights led by the Duke advanced towards the village, holding their banners high. Their goal was clear, and each step brought them closer to accomplishing their mission. The townspeople watched their approach with interest, feeling mixed emotions of fear and hope. One of the knights informed the Duke that they would soon be in the village. The Duke nodded, showing that he was fully aware of the situation. His eyes read determination and confidence that they were on the right path. The other knight, walking beside the Duke, expressed his doubts about the choice of guide. He was concerned that one hunter might not be enough for their mission. His voice trembled with anxiety for the future. The Duke responded briefly, confirming his decision. Despite his companion's doubts, he was confident in his choice. His confidence instilled hope in the other knights. Anxious thoughts did not leave one of the knights. He pondered that it would be a good idea to hire a few more men in case of emergencies. His face expressed worry, but he knew he had to be prepared for any surprises coming their way. Clive, the black-haired Duke, was immersed in thought, feeling the weight of the choices ahead. He has a decision to make that could change the course of events, and it makes him nervous and focused. Duke Clive and his faithful companion, a knight with a beard, approach the village. The knight offers to share the burden of their tasks, which inspires hope that their journey will be eased and they will overcome difficulties together. Lane, a woman with golden hair, meets the Duke and the knight at the entrance to the village. Clive hopes to find a worthy hunter who can aid in their ordeal, and his determination is evident in his gaze. Lane chats with a local who confirms her suspicions that the newcomers are aristocrats. She examines them with interest and caution, trying to understand their true intentions. Rob Gleason, an older man, reminds Lane of their past arrangement, which gives her mixed feelings. His behavior strikes her as odd, and she becomes more wary. Clive and Lane discuss Gleason's unusual behavior. Clive suggests that the old man is falling into marasmus, adding a note of humor and levity to the plot despite the overall tension. Duke Clive reflects on his role in the situation, feeling himself to be the catalyst for Gleason's senile marasmus. This gives him mixed feelings and makes him think about the consequences of his actions. Lane turns the conversation to another topic, wondering if Clive knows anything about the people who have arrived in the village. This adds an element of mystery and intrigue to their interaction, making them wary. Lane shares a rumor that the newcomers have come to study monsters. Clive is deep in thought, analyzing the possible motives and implications of this visit, adding to the tension of the situation. Clive confirms that the rumors may be true and agrees with Lane that their presence in the village has to do with monsters. This gives their actions a new direction and purpose, determining their next steps. Clive, a black-haired Duke, has arrived on an important mission. He is a high-ranking nobleman, and Lane believes his goal is to complete the monster encyclopedia. Clive's majestic appearance is both admiring and disturbing at the same time. Winan is enthusiastic to learn about the Monster Encyclopedia project and wonders about its significance. He discovers that it is an order from the Crown Prince to research and develop methods for destroying monsters. This news surprises and scares him a little. Lane, despite the importance of the mission, feels uneasy. She is troubled by the prediction that someone is to die on the western frontier. She tries to remember exactly who, but memories slip away, which only adds to her anxiety. Lane is almost certain that Duke Clive was mentioned in the original story, but the exact details are nowhere to be found. She has the feeling that something important is slipping her mind, making it hard for her to fully focus on the current situation. Winan and Lane continue to ponder their mission and the possible consequences. Lane tries to remain calm, but her inner restlessness grows. She realizes that the answer may be somewhere close yet out of reach. They realize that thinking is useless if they can't change the situation. Winan and Lane decide to act despite the vague predictions. They focus on their current tasks, leaving doubts for later. Lane recognizes that no matter how important Clive's mission is, she must not be distracted from her goals. She convinces herself to stay focused and not let outside factors affect her resolve. Meanwhile, something important is happening in the streets of the city. A group of horsemen under black banners are moving through the crowd. Lane and Winan watch this with growing interest and concern, realizing that this could be the beginning of something significant. Lane realizes that despite all her worries and doubts, she must be prepared for any challenges that may arise. She senses that something great and dangerous lies ahead of them, and she resolutely prepares for it. Against the backdrop of Clive's radiant beauty, Lane and Winan realize that their adventure is just beginning. They are determined to deal with any threat and complete their mission, no matter how difficult the circumstances. Winan excitedly tells Lane about a man he has recently seen. He is so impressed that he declares that he has never met anyone more beautiful. Lane looks at him with bewilderment and amazement, not realizing who he is talking about. Meanwhile, Lane is trying to comprehend Winan's words, and her expression clearly shows her confusion and disbelief. She quietly thinks to herself that this is some kind of nonsense, trying to make sense of it. They decide to move closer to Winan's object of interest to get a better look at it. Lane still maintains a serious expression on his face, while Winan looks pleased and interested. James River, commander of the Winter Knights, introduces himself to the group. He speaks strongly and confidently about his title, showing his leadership and authority. He explains that the Knights are looking for a guide to participate in a monster study on the western frontier. This is important to the successful completion of their mission, and they hope to find a worthy candidate. The Knights invite everyone to participate in a hunting competition. The winner of the competition will become their escort, which will generate considerable interest among those present. James announces that the winner of the competition will be rewarded with 500 gold pieces for their labor. This causes surprise and shock among those gathered, who had not expected such a large reward. Lane, the girl with golden hair, is surprised to learn that they will need to earn 500 gold to reach their goal, which requires a lot of effort for 5 years. Considering that it might cost their lives, it seems too great a price for her to pay. Winan, a man with black hair, ponders why their skills need to be tested if they can simply be used as a shield. He doubts the need for such testing and believes there are easier ways. Winan is perplexed as to why they are being put under such harsh conditions and tries to find a logical explanation for what is happening. The knight asks anyone interested to come up and give their names to register. This causes doubts and arguments amongst the people, who begin to talk amongst themselves discussing the situation. Tension builds, and many begin to question whether this opportunity is worth the risk, knowing the possible consequences. Lane watches as Winan dialogues with Clive, the Duke. He is concerned and clearly tense, trying to find the best way out of the situation. The atmosphere is heating up, and no one knows the best course of action. Lane senses the conflict brewing around her and tries to understand how it might affect her future. Suddenly, a fight breaks out. Someone tries to get out of line, which causes outrage among the others. People start pushing and swearing, creating chaos all around. Lane sees several people grabbing guns and realizes that the situation is getting out of control, which could lead to tragic consequences. Winan approaches Lane and wonders why she hasn't signed up yet. He is clearly worried about her and wants her to take part in the trials too, despite the risks. Lane feels his support and understanding, but fear and determination still struggle inside her. Lane is convinced that if she goes, she will definitely be chosen. Winan tries to support her and motivate her to participate despite her doubts and fears of the unknown. She realizes that her success may depend on her determination and willingness to overcome her fear, but is still unsure whether to go all the way. Lane reflects on the fact that if she had just been given 500 gold pieces, she would not have worried. It seems to her that such an easy way out would be better than going through the ordeal. She begins to fantasize about how her life would be different with that amount of money, and it makes her think about what she really wants. Clive, the man in armor, remembers how he got here 3 years ago. He realizes that he can't pass up this chance, despite all the challenges and trials ahead of him. Clive realizes that his experience and skills can help him reach his goal, but he also knows that success requires tremendous willpower and determination. Lane realizes in despair that if he goes to the frontier, there is a high probability that he will die at the paws of the monsters. Thoughts of possible death terrify her, but she still decides to go all the way. Lane realizes that this is her chance to change her life, and despite her fear, she is willing to accept the challenge and fight for her future. Lane looks worried because, in her opinion, Winan is the only one who can come back alive. She is perplexed as to why he hesitates and takes his time to make a decision. Her anxiety is evident in her gestures and facial expression, and she presses her hand to her forehead, trying to calm down and focus on the core of the problem. Winan, reincarnated as a chibi version, is happy to realize that Lane is worried about him. This brings a smile and relief to his face, and he tries to cheer her up with his naive and sincere reaction. His surprised expression and delight add to the comicality of the situation, easing her tension. Lane continues to express her anxiety as she ponders what to do next. She is plagued by doubts and fears for the future. She bites her nails nervously and casts anxious glances around, showing how deep her anxiety runs. Winan looks at her with a questioning expression, not understanding the reason for her anxiety. She asks a passerby what the name of the man she saw is. She is clearly wary and concerned, her voice trembling with excitement. The guy tries to remember, but looks unsure. Lane waits impatiently for an answer, hoping it will help her make sense of the situation. Guy remembers the name and says that he thinks he's heard it before. This makes Lane tense up even more, her eyes widening with surprise and fear. She senses that the name is connected to something important, and her intuition tells her that things are getting serious. Lane, clearly shocked, wonders what has happened to Winter. Her gaze becomes serious and anxious, unable to hide her emotions. Her thoughts race through her head, trying to find the answer to the questions that have arisen. She feels the clue is close, but something still eludes her grasp. When Lane hears the name Winterlock, she reacts violently and starts asking questions, trying to figure out what is going on. Her voice gets louder, and her movements become more abrupt and desperate. She grabs the guy's shoulder, trying to shake the answers out of him. Her persistence scares the people around her. She holds the guy by his shirt, almost threatening him to quickly tell the whole truth. Her tension and anger reaches a breaking point. She can't contain her emotions. Her hands are trembling, and her eyes are sparkling with anger and determination. The guy, startled by her reaction, tries to explain himself. Lane recalls hearing the name Clive Winterrock before. Her thoughts return to the man, and she tries to put the puzzle together. She recalls details from the past that connect her to Winterrock, and her heart begins to beat faster. She realizes that the clue is close, but there is still something she needs to figure out. Guy and Winan can't believe what she's saying. They are confused and shocked, wondering if Lane has lost her mind. Winan, trying to understand her behavior, looks at her with disbelief and concern. He doesn't know what to think about what is happening and feels that the situation is getting out of control. Lane looks anxiously at the old photograph, remembering the old days when she uttered the name Ophelia. Her face reflects a mixture of sadness and anxiety, as if this moment has awakened in her long-forgotten feelings and memories that she has tried to bury deep within herself. Clive, holding the black-haired girl in his arms, is clearly enjoying the moment, but his eyes are full of villainous cunning. Ophelia in his arms looks like a victim, and Clive shows his dark nature. His demeanor and cold stare show that he is willing to do anything for his goals. Clive Winterlock has always strongly loved and protected his sister Ophelia. He was ready to make any sacrifices for her, which made his actions even more dark and ambiguous. This boundless affection was the reason for his villainous actions, which led to tragic events. The Crown Prince, observing Clive's actions, begins to suspect his selfish intentions and decides to take action to protect Ophelia. He realizes that Clive is a serious threat and must be stopped in order to save the girl and prevent further trouble. Clive, not trusting the prince, decides to send him on a mission under the pretext of writing a book about monsters. This gives him the opportunity to eliminate his rival and continue his sinister plans without interference. He believes that this way he can secure his interests and keep control of the situation. During the dangerous journey, the protagonist's brother dies at the very beginning of the novel during a battle with monsters. This tragedy leaves a deep mark in the hearts of all the characters and becomes a turning point in their destinies, forcing them to reconsider their goals and motives. Lane, upon learning of the tragedy, feels shock and regret. She is finally able to find the hero after 3 years, but the loss of her brother leaves a deep wound in her heart. She finds it hard to accept this loss and begins to question justice and the meaning of what is happening. The protagonist Lane has been searching for a peers on the horizon. She is confused, not knowing how to move on with this loss. Meeting him evokes mixed feelings, the joy of meeting him and the bitterness of loss, which only intensifies her inner conflict. Lane realizes in despair that fate is once again presenting her with a cruel test. She curses her luck and tries to cope with her emotions, feeling her strength leaving her, but at the same time, her determination does not allow her to give up. Lane resolutely raises her hand and defies fate, ready to fight for her future and restore justice. She realizes that she has a hard road ahead of her, full of dangers and trials, but her determination and will to win will help her overcome all obstacles. Lane, with burning eyes, swears that she will not allow what happened. Her determination burns bright fire. The heroine is determined to protect her conviction, despite all the difficulties and dangers that may arise on the way. An elderly man and his companion, caught in the midst of the raging fire, scream in panic. In that moment, Lane accepts responsibility for their rescue, realizing that her actions could change the course of events. The rules of the hunt are announced, and James River excitedly explains them. Lane realizes that her task will not be easy, but her will and determination only grow stronger when she sees the support of her comrades. Each hunter must return with their prey or trophy before sundown. Lane listens breathlessly to every word, realizing that her success depends on her skill and bravery in the battle ahead. James warns that grouping together is forbidden and only personal catches will count. Lane prepares for single combat, realizing that she will have to rely on her strength and skills alone. Clive, watching the preparations, gives the command to begin. His confidence is conveyed to all the participants, and Lane feels her heart begin to beat faster in anticipation of the battle. Clive stands back, his face focused and determined. He realizes that a lot depends on his decisions, and he watches every movement of the participants carefully, ready to intervene if necessary. He is surprised to see Lane among the hunters. It seems to him that the others are amazed by her presence as well, for she has ventured into this challenge despite the obvious risks and dangers. Lane, axe in hand, sets out to hunt monsters. She knows that many people underestimate her strength and determination, but her confidence in her own abilities knows no bounds. An inner voice tells Lane that she shouldn't be underestimated. Maybe she has hidden trump cards that will help her defeat her enemies and prove to everyone that she is worthy of respect and recognition. Clive, clad in his armor, pondered with his eyes closed that the results would soon be announced and then everything would become clear. He was sure that the truth would soon be revealed, and the anticipation pressed tensely on his shoulders. Various scenarios flashed through his mind, and he tried to prepare himself for all possible outcomes. Winan, a blue-haired warrior, ran in, breathing heavily, and reported that he had brought only 3 items. His excitement and fatigue were evident as he tried to deliver the important information. He felt responsible for his contribution and hoped his efforts would be appreciated despite the small amount of loot. Winan wipes the sweat from his forehead, noting how hard the task was. He realizes that his efforts were great, but he is still unsure if it will be enough to accomplish the goal. Winan thought back to the dangers he had faced and rejoiced that he had managed to return alive and unharmed. When Winan returned, his face lit up with a smile. He joyfully reported that Morin, one of their comrades, had finally returned, which boosted the team's morale and restored hope for success. Now they could continue their journey with renewed energy and determination, knowing that their ranks had been replenished. Iz Gleason, the headman's son, discusses hunter skills with Clive. They were both impressed with how quickly and efficiently the hunter accomplished his task, which gave them confidence in his abilities. They realized that such skills could be crucial in their fight against dangerous monsters and enemies. The hunter returned with the horns of a level 3 monster. Clive and the others were discussing how best to utilize the magic stones found in these horns to improve their abilities in the upcoming battles. They planned to scrutinize the trophies and find the best ways to use them. Clive orders the information about the monster horns to be written down so that he doesn't miss anything. Every detail is important, and he realizes that the accuracy of the data could be crucial to their mission. They decide to document every step so they can avoid mistakes and repeat success in the future. The hunter brought 5 different antlers, which impressed everyone. At this point, he had collected more trophies than any other participant, which caused admiration and envy among those present. The hunter was proud of his accomplishment and was pleased that he was able to make a significant contribution to the common cause. Lane, a woman with golden hair, suddenly intervened, demanding attention. Her confident voice drew everyone in, and she seemed ready to share important information or command. Lane realized that their success depended on clear coordination and decisive action. Lane stands in front of the group with a huge bag over her shoulders. Her stance and facial expression show that she is prepared for any challenge. The warriors around her are surprised by her strength and determination, realizing that with such a leader they have every chance of victory. Lane, with a serious expression on her face, confirms her determination to participate despite Winan's surprise. Their conversation, full of tension, hints at the significance of the events to come. Doubt and determination intertwine, creating an atmosphere where every word and gesture matters. Winan did not expect such determination from Lane, which adds to the drama of the situation. Lane, Winan, and Clive discuss the rarity of the opportunity that has come before them. Lane seems confident and ready for hardship, which arouses the interest and respect of those around her. Her confidence and determination draws attention, showing that she is not afraid to take on a challenge. One of the characters notices that Lane seems strangely focused, which is unsettling. Apparently, she has a premonition that something could go wrong. Her tense expression and tightly clenched fist hint at the internal struggle she is going through. Lane stands against the light background, her gaze full of determination. She feels an uneasy feeling of foreboding, but is still determined to accomplish what she has planned. The light surrounding her emphasizes her determination and strength. Clive, with a concerned expression on his face, wonders what is going on in Lane's mind. He tries to understand her motives and thoughts, which adds intrigue to the situation. His concern grows as he sees her focus and determination. Lane, with a look full of determination, promises herself to win at all costs. Her inner monologue emphasizes her determination and willingness to fight to the end. In her eyes shines an unwavering faith in her own strength. Clive, amazed by Lane's actions, questions her intentions. He finds her unexpected actions surprising and curious. He can't understand what drives her, but he sees her actions as more than a simple desire to win. They discuss Lane, her tenacity, and determination. It can be seen that she is respected for her skills and willpower, which adds to her image of heroism and determination. Her abilities and steadfastness impress even the most skeptical. Clive recognizes that Lane has outstanding skills that are visible to all. This emphasizes her competence and strength, causing those around her to admire her abilities. Her skills and knowledge become evident in every victory she wins and every action she takes. Clive and another character recognize that Lane is the best judge of the monsters that inhabit the area. Her knowledge and experience make her an indispensable member of the team, ready for any challenge. Her deep knowledge and intuition help her anticipate dangers and find ways to overcome them. Knight Commander James River discusses Lane's abilities with Clive. He recognizes that her skills aren't the most outstanding, but he is impressed that she has been able to defeat so many monsters. Despite his uncertainty, James admires her results, feeling a little anxious. Winan and Lane estimate the number of trophies collected during the hunt. Winan asks how many horns of slain monsters Lane managed to collect. Clive replies that 5 species, which brings mixed feelings to the group. Clive compares Lane's success with that of another hunter, Morian. He advises James to pick the one who came first if only one is chosen. This advice is questionable, but emphasizes the importance of timing. The situation escalates when Lane learns that Winan has also collected 5 trophies. 500 gold is at stake, and the competition between the two is growing. Lane feels the pressure and begins to doubt her chances of winning. Her resentment grows when she calls Winan a thick-headed idiot. Lane fears that she won't be able to win and get into the squad if things continue like this. Her anger and determination grows. Suddenly, the group is attacked by a huge monster. Winan and Clive find themselves facing the terrifying creature with sharp fangs and burning eyes. This moment causes terror and tension among all the participants. James quickly orders everyone to flee immediately to escape the impending threat. However, the situation escalates when they notice that one hunter has been left behind and is in mortal danger. Lane decides not to run away, but to meet the monster face to face. Her courage and determination are admired by her friends. She becomes a role model, demonstrating incredible bravery. Her confidence and the calmness on her face reflect her inner strength. Lane is willing to fight to the end, which becomes an important turning point in her story. This moment emphasizes her leadership skills and resilience. Lane is left alone in front of a huge monster. Her courage and determination to fight shows her true strength. Her friends admire her bravery, realizing that Lane is capable of great feats. Lane clutches her weapon with determination, preparing for battle. Her confidence is evident in her eyes. She knows that if she captures the monster's horns, she can prove her strength and gain respect. Every muscle in her body is tense. She is focused and ready to act. Lane stands in front of the audience with a determined expression on her face. She is ready to take first place in the competition using all of her strength and skill. The fire of determination burns in her eyes. A huge, intimidating monster with bright yellow eyes appears in front of Lane. It's a level 2 monster named Kara. Its roar and formidable appearance make her heart beat faster. The spectators freeze in anticipation, realizing that a fierce battle is about to begin. Lane notices the absence of the magic stone and realizes it is elsewhere. This makes the task more difficult, but she is not about to give up. Her gaze is filled with determination and bravery. She analyzes the situation, trying to figure out where the stone might be hidden. Lane jumps up and prepares to attack. Her body is tense and her hair is fluttering in the wind. She is determined and ready to fight the monster despite the odds. Lane concentrates on her movements, her every action calibrated to the last detail. Lane rushes at the monster with a scream that she will strip that pussycat of her horns first. Her movements are swift and precise as she swiftly approaches her foe, ready to strike. Her heart pounding, adrenaline rushing, but Lane stays cool. Lane deftly leaps onto the monster's back, holding her axe. Her confidence and strength instills fear, even in a creature as powerful as Kira. She is ready for the decisive blow. The monster tries to throw her off, but Lane holds on tenaciously, her eyes burning with the fire of battle. Lane raises her weapon above her head, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Her focus and determination is evident in her every move. She will leave the monster no chance. Lane puts all her strength and energy into this blow, knowing that the outcome of the entire battle depends on it. The monster opens its mouth and releases a stream of green acid. Lane holds her weapon confidently, ready to repel the attack. Her strength and stamina are amazing. The acid hits her weapon, but Lane does not back down. Her resolve is strong as steel. Lane looks at her weapon, covered in acid. She realizes that this was not an easy battle, but her resolve remains unwavering. Her victory over the monster is only the beginning of her great journey. Lane noticed the danger and expressed concern about the current situation. Her wariness was caused by the presence of a huge black beast that stood right in front of her, emitting smoke from its nostrils. Her two companions were debating whether to intervene, but doubted if they could help. They realized that the situation was serious and required immediate action, but they didn't know how best to proceed. Their eyes showed fear, but also determination not to leave Lane alone. One of the knights remembered that Lane had never hunted monsters like this beast before, which added to the anxiety. He tried to see if she could handle this threat and didn't know if she had the experience and courage. Deciding that there could be no delay, Clive ordered his knights to attack the beast. He realized that inaction could lead to disaster, so he called everyone to battle. Clive saw Lane as an ally he could rely on and hoped that by working together, they could defeat the monster. At this time, one of his men pointed at something in the distance, trying to attract attention. This added even more tension to an already critical situation. Clive and Lane turned around to see what had caught their comrade's attention and saw that the beast was preparing to attack. The beast was preparing to attack, intending to release acid. This caused panic among the knights as they realized the danger this substance posed. Clive saw his men begin to retreat and realized that fear could capture their hearts. Lane knew that if she retreated, the acid could strike her allies. Despite her fear, she stood resolutely in front of the monster, ready to take the blow to protect her friends. Her bravery inspired the others to fight, and they began to prepare for battle. Lane realized that her actions could save or destroy her team. She saw the determination in the eyes of her companions and knew that they too were willing to fight to the last man. She decided not to leave the line of fire, risking everything for a common cause. The knights took her determination as a signal for action and launched an attack. Lane and Clive acted coherently as a unit, realizing that their success depended on coordination and mutual aid. In this tense moment, each of them realized that the outcome of the battle depended on their combined efforts. They banded together to face a common threat, realizing that only together could they defeat the monster and save their comrades. Lane, clutching her weapon resolutely, prepared for battle. She felt anxious, but did not let fear take over, knowing that she must defend her land. Lane realizes that her resolve will be tested. She vehemently declares that she will never allow defeat, swinging her heavy sword with incredible strength and grace. Clive and his companion watch with surprise and dismay. They realize that Lane is determined and ready for any fight, her rage growing by the second. Lane turns to Winan, demanding his sword. Her eyes glow with determination, and her voice sounds confident despite the tense situation. She realizes that this is the only way she can protect everyone. Winan looks at Lane in confusion, not understanding her demands. He tries to justify himself, but her determined tone leaves no room for objection. Her gaze is focused on the target. Winan, realizing his role, drops Lane's sword, though he cannot hide his displeasure. He realizes that her resolve cannot be shaken, and she needs this sword to win. Lane, deftly catching the sword, rushes forward. Her determination and strength are impressive, and she is ready to face the enemy. Every step she takes is imbued with confidence and readiness to fight. She approaches the enemy without retreating a single step. Her determination is great. She realizes that everything is at stake. Her enemies notice her and prepare for battle, but she is not about to retreat. With incredible agility and strength, Lane leaps, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Her eyes glowing with rage and determination, she won't stop until she wins. Lane, breathing heavily, stands over her defeated foe. She is thankful that the sun has not yet set and rejoices in her victory. Her determination and strength have saved everyone once again, and she holds her sword proudly in her hand. Lane, a woman with golden hair, is radiant with happiness despite her fatigue. Her face is covered in dirt, but that doesn't stop her from rejoicing. She smiles, feeling proud of her accomplishments and completely satisfied. Lane defeated Ela Lane, raising her drink mug as a sign of triumph. This moment for her symbolizes her victory over her fears and doubts, boosting her confidence in her own abilities. At the tavern table, they discuss Lane and her exploits. Those gathered admire her courage, noting that she has fought level 1 monsters that seem nearly impossible. Their respect and admiration has no bounds. Lane heads to the hotel where the Duke is staying to meet him. She bids farewell to her comrades, leaving behind a bright trail and confidence in her future accomplishments. Her departure leaves everyone in admiration and anticipation of the new. The Duke, who has been watching Lane, begins to feel saddened by her absence. He reflects on her strength and determination, realizing that her presence has greatly affected him and everyone around him. Lane, despite her crazy bravery, has saved her friends many times before. They remember her bravery and heroic acts that always got them out of difficult situations. These memories fill them with gratitude. Without Lane, they are now unaccustomed and lonely. They realize how much they owe her for everything she did for them. Her courage and loyalty have become an example to all of them. They begin to worry about Lane, worried about her condition. Her absence makes them anxious and want to know if she's okay. One of Lane's friends anxiously asks about her, expressing their concern. They realize that her absence is significant to everyone and that they miss her support and energy. Lane returns to the tavern, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Her appearance brings joy and reassurance that they will be able to face all the challenges together again. Lane, a woman with golden hair, stands in front of the door, her face slightly embarrassed, a blush on her cheeks. She says finally, as if the long-awaited moment has arrived. Her excitement is conveyed through the tense expression on her face. With a trembling hand, Lane reaches for the doorknob, her thoughts brimming with anticipation. She hesitantly touches it, preparing to open the door and step inside. Her nerves are evident by the small dribble of sweat on her forehead. With the blossoming trees in the background, Lane is excited to notice that she can finally see someone she has long longed to see up close. Her face brightens with happiness and excitement, as if a dream is finally coming true. A room opens up in front of her, in the center of which sits a knight with golden hair. He looks stern and imposing, clasping his hands on his chest as if waiting for someone. Lane freezes in anticipation of the encounter. The knight raises his gaze, meeting Lane's. You can see the wariness in his eyes, but he doesn't get up from his seat. His powerful axe lies nearby, creating an air of latent menace and power. Lane turns to the knight, asking him to watch over her axe. The knight raises his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting such a request. He is clearly puzzled, but responds in agreement, trying to figure out what is going on. The knight warns Lane that the axe can sometimes behave strangely and move on its own. Lane takes his words with slight trepidation, but is determined to deal with any surprises. The blue-haired knight enters the room, inquiring about the gold-haired knight's condition. He looks concerned, noticing his unusual behavior and obviously tense state. The golden-haired knight asks the blue-haired man to replace him if he is not busy. His face expresses fatigue and anxiety, as if he is unable to handle the situation alone. The blue-haired knight is surprised by the request. The blue-haired knight looks at his comrade with bewilderment, asking questions about his well-being. He notices the golden-haired one's pallor and nervousness, realizing that now is not the best time to make a substitution. Knight James River, standing in front of the closed door, asks his subordinate where the huntress is. He replies that she is already inside. James frowns, showing his worry and frustration at not being able to find Lane right away. Lane, a woman with golden hair and a determined look, enters the room with a smile, clearly pleased with her appearance. She greets everyone with enthusiasm, hoping to see someone important. Her joy and energy contrast with the tense atmosphere in the room. James folds his arms thoughtfully, his gaze reading deep concentration and caution. Lane, seeing his seriousness, suddenly exchanges her joy for wariness. She realizes something is wrong and prepares herself for an important conversation. Lane is disappointed, realizing that the Clive she expected to meet is absent. Her gaze becomes determined and serious, as if she is preparing for an important battle. She feels that her expectations have not been met, and she now faces a new challenge. James notices the change in Lane's demeanor, mentally deciding that he needs to keep her away from the Duke. His anxious thoughts are reinforced by the tense expression on Lane's face. He realizes that she can't be trusted completely, and it makes him even more anxious. James, pulling himself together, explains that he has summoned Lane to discuss the upcoming mission. Lane listens to him carefully, waiting for further instructions and trying not to show her true emotions. She realizes the importance of the moment and is ready for any task. James informs her that the task ahead of Lane will be quite simple. She only needs to lead the knights to a certain place during the hunt. He tries to reassure her by explaining that this task does not require much effort or danger. Lane listens carefully to James' instructions, realizing the importance of her role in the upcoming task. Her serious expression emphasizes her determination and readiness for the mission. She realizes that the success of the entire team depends on her actions. James emphasizes that they will have to fight the monsters, and Lane will need to stay back and observe. Lane looks a little confused, but ready for action. She wonders why her role is so small, but decides to follow the commander's instructions. Lane, keeping her weapon at the ready, is ready for the mission ahead. She stands confidently among the knights, realizing that the outcome of the hunt depends on her actions. Her determination and willingness to act shows that she will not back down in the face of adversity and will fulfill her role to the end. Lane was angered that she was ordered to stay back and not participate in the battle. Her face expressed a mixture of anger and disappointment as she looked at James Rivera, the commander of the knights. James, on the other hand, remained calm, but his gaze was hard. He reminded Lane that the Duke, himself, and the rest of the knights had been given strict orders. They must abide by it, even if it seemed unfair. Lane tried to comprehend James's words. She realized that the Duke had always tried to perform his duties as an aristocrat flawlessly. It was part of his nature, and she couldn't help but respect him for it. With a heavy sigh, she covered her face with her hand, feeling the gravity of the situation. Her frustration was obvious. Lane had never been one to give up easily. She was willing to fight and protect those she cared about despite all the orders and restrictions. However, she realized that the Duke, despite all the machinations of the Crown Prince, was still a powerful figure. The logic of the situation left her no choice. Her mind told her to obey the order, but her heart screamed otherwise. Lane realized that the current events were purely the author's intention, something that had to happen to advance the plot. She realized that the death of Duke Clive Winterlock was inevitable if they wanted the story to continue. She decided that she would do everything she could to protect the Duke. Her resolve was unwavering. Lane knew that her strength and will could change the course of events. She was ready to defy fate and fight to her last breath. James, seeing her determination, reluctantly agreed. He realized that Lane would not back down and would fight despite all orders. Her confidence and fortitude impressed him. He knew that with such support, they would be able to overcome any difficulties. Gathering all her determination, Lane decided to go against the original plan with fury in her eyes. She was determined and confident that she could protect the Duke and change the course of events. Her eyes burned with determination, and she was ready to fight for her truth. James was stunned by her determination, but realized that Lane was a strong and determined woman. Her strength and confidence inspired him. He knew that with that kind of support, they would be able to overcome any difficulties. Clive and Gerard discussed the girl who had just arrived. She has attracted attention and sparked discussion amongst them. One of the characters calls her strange and inadequate, which causes the others to be surprised. Clive is clearly alarmed, his face expressing bewilderment and concern. He believes that the newcomer is indeed abnormal. His reaction is reinforced by the background image of skulls and bones, symbolizing apprehension and fear. Next, a majestic building with a dome is shown against the night sky. This is a location likely important to the plot, perhaps a palace or castle where major events and intrigue take place. A character in armor drops to one knee in front of Gerard, expressing respect and loyalty. This scene emphasizes the hierarchy and importance of the prince in their world, his power and status. Gerard, seated on the throne, takes bows and gives news of the Duke of Winterlock. He clarifies that the Duke has hired a hunter from the village, which sparks a new round of discussion and concern. One of the interlocutors expresses doubts as to whether this will cause problems. He is tormented by his doubts and openly expresses his concerns to Gerard, hoping for his wisdom and guidance. Gerard remains calm and confident. He believes that Duke Winterlock knows what he is doing and insists on the need for a hunter as a guide to complete the encyclopedia. Gerard reflects on his sense of responsibility, expressing slight frustration at having to send the hunter on a mission. His words reflect his inner turmoil and concern for his subjects. However, after the report, Gerard calms down, realizing that things are going well. His calmness is transmitted to those around him, creating an atmosphere of confidence and stability. The interlocutor notes Gerard's generosity and his concern for the Duke. He did not expect the prince to be so concerned about the Duke, which increases respect for him and his leadership skills. Above the window, draped in purple curtains, they discuss the Duke's approach to the border. It is estimated that he will arrive there in 3 days. Light streams through the window, creating a dramatic atmosphere of anticipation and tension. Gerard listens intently, his gaze focused and serious. He is absorbed in thinking about the events to come and the decisions he will have to make. His eyes express strength and determination. Gerard smiles and says that there is no need to report on the Duke's movements now. He had asked to keep an eye on him because of his concern, but realizes that overprotection could get in the way. His smile is full of gratitude and confidence. Following Gerard's words, his subordinate bows to him, affirming his loyalty and willingness to serve. The room is filled with warm light, emphasizing the sincerity of their conversation. Gerard states with confidence that his anxiety is not a burden. He knows that his subordinates appreciate his concern, and this mutual respect strengthens their alliance. The scene is filled with a sense of trust and support. Gerard is pleased that his subordinate feels this way. He recognizes that the latter has done a good job and can return. Gerard values his contribution and is grateful for his efforts. The scene ends with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Gerard exclaims that the son of the empire should live long and rule with wisdom. He wishes a speedy recovery and long years of rule. His face glows with determination and nobility. But despite his confidence, Gerard clenches his fist, his hand trembling. He struggles with inner doubts and fears that do not leave him even in such moments of triumph and determination. Deep down, Gerard recognizes that the words of recovery sound like culturally accepted homage, but to him they are filled with genuine care and sincerity. Gerard, the prince with golden hair, looks at his trophy and ponders the meaninglessness of the sick king's wishes. He realizes that it is only because of the monarch's illness that he is now on the throne and plans his next steps. The prince decides that his next goal is to get Ophelia. He clenches his fist, showing his determination and willingness to act to achieve this goal. His face expresses firm confidence. Gerard realizes that in order for his plan to succeed, Clyde must be eliminated. His cold red eyes sparkle with determination, and he is already visualizing how to do it. Gerard continues to discuss his plan with the dark figure. He ponders the foolishness of the Duke who did not give up his sister willingly and will now pay for it with his life. Gerard, chuckling, realizes that the Duke would rather kill him than give up his sister willingly. He scoffs at this fact, anticipating the coming victory and believing himself to be more cunning and clever. A dark figure informs Gerard that the monsters on the border are ready to attack. He anticipates how this army will destroy the Duke and his men, setting the perfect stage for a power grab. A dark figure reassures the prince, assuring him that the monsters are strong enough to tear the Duke apart. This message gives Gerard satisfaction, and he confidently continues his preparations. Gerard enjoys hearing about the monsters' attack plans, assuring him that no one will escape. He smiles, knowing that his enemies are doomed and there are no more obstacles in his path. Gerard eagerly waits for the Duke to die so he can comfort Ophelia in his arms. He anticipates how he will use her grief to his advantage as he prepares for the final phase of his plan. Sitting on his throne and surrounded by flowers, Gerard dreams of a future where Ophelia will be his. His thoughts are full of ambitious plans, and he relishes every detail of his strategy. With a dazzling smile on his face, he feels invincible and ready for any challenge that may come his way. Lane, the red-haired warrior, is going through her belongings in the wooden room. She is mulling over her plan and checking to see if she has brought spare clothes and money with her. Worry reads in her mind, but she is confident in her actions. After making sure everything is in order, Lane raises her head as if she has heard something important. Her face shows surprise and readiness for the unexpected. She realizes it's time to act. Lane gathers her things, preparing for a new adventure. Her gaze is directed into the distance, and she stares thoughtfully before her, anticipating the events to come. Excitement and determination overwhelm her. Lane is suddenly reminded of an important thing she almost forgot. She thinks about the fact that the item belonged to the previous owner of the body and wonders what it might have been used for. She decides that the answer to that question will come later and continues packing. Lane's inner monologue shows her determination and confidence that she will deal with everything in her path. With determination in her eyes and a confident smile, Lane announces that it is time to move out. Her confidence and strength of character is reflected in her appearance and stance. Lane, without wasting any time, sets off on her journey. She is determined and ready for any challenge that comes her way. The inner tension and readiness for action is evident on her face. Suddenly, Lane sees a mountain of presents in front of her, which leaves her perplexed. She wonders what it could mean and why there are so many gifts. Her companion Winan explains that they are gifts from the residents for catching monsters. Lane is surprised and can't believe that the people appreciate her work so much, for she thought they didn't like her. Lane gratefully accepts the gifts and realizes that people really appreciate her hard work. She feels needed and realizes that her efforts were not in vain. Lane suspected something was wrong, and her suspicions were confirmed when Winan asked in surprise what was wrong. Lane, smiling, told how on the way she saw Winan almost being eaten by monsters, and she had to intervene. Lane carried Winan through the forest, and he was stunned by her actions. She repelled the monster's attack with ease, showing her strength and skills. Despite this, she remained calm and confident. When Winan reminded Lane how she had saved the village many times, he couldn't hide his admiration for her courage. He spoke of her selfless deeds with a wide smile on his face, making Lane slightly embarrassed. Winan handed Lane a gift from a grateful aunt whom she had saved the life of. Lane was touched by such a gesture, feeling that her efforts were not in vain. This acknowledgement made her smile. Lane realized that the villagers were truly grateful to her. She looked at the gift with a sense of pride and responsibility. Her heart was full of warmth and joy at being appreciated and respected. She knew that one day she would have to leave this place, and she tried not to get close to people so as not to hurt them when she parted. Her decisions were always driven by concern for others. Lane's choice to save the lives of others affected not only her, but the lives of those she was saving. She realized that her actions made a big difference to those around her. Winan supported Lane in her decisions and endeavors, trying to be there for her and help. He understood that her mission was important and was willing to be there for her in any situation. Lane hugged Winan, thanking him for his support and promising to return alive and well. Her resolve was unwavering, and she knew she could fulfill her promise. These moments brought Lane and Winan even closer together, their bond growing stronger. They both knew that new challenges lay ahead, but together they could handle anything. Lane, a girl with golden hair, stands among the flowers, her face expressing sadness and tenderness. She says goodbye, promising to return later, her eyes full of tears, reflecting the light and beauty of the world around her. Lane is packing for a long journey. Her farewell sounds like a promise for the future. Winan, a man with blue hair, is surprised by Lane's goodbye. He expects hugs and tears of joy, but doesn't get them, leaving him bewildered. Lane prepares for the journey with a determined look, her gaze firm despite the mixed emotions within. Lane, confident, reassures Winan, saying that she doesn't need a goodbye scene. She promises to return faster than he can blink an eye, and asks him not to run to her immediately upon his return. Winan looks at her with slight surprise and concern. Lane, confident in her abilities, wonders if things are really as she thinks they are. Her determination and doubts collide, creating internal conflict, but she remains steadfast in her decision to set out. Winan, uncertain about the future, confesses that he doesn't know if Lane will be back soon. He shares his doubts, assuming that the others share his concern as well. His words add tension to the atmosphere. The knights, led by James, prepare for their journey. Their carriage is laden with crates and barrels, and the nature around them is filled with mystery. Lane joins them, her determination evident on her face. She is ready for any challenge. Lane, left to herself, ponders why Winan said those words to her. Her face expresses a mixture of anger and determination. She analyzes the situation and tries to understand Winan's true motives. Lane recalls that she made this journey for the Duke of Winterlock. Her thoughts are filled with doubt. Has someone noticed her true intentions? Her eyes are filled with worry, but she remains steadfast. Lane, hiding behind the carriage, ponders her next course of action. She's trying to find a way out of the situation. Her thoughts are rapidly changing. She is looking for the best way to proceed. James, a bearded man with brown hair, walks ahead. Lane is unhappy with his broad back, which prevents her from acting. She is annoyed and frustrated, but her resolve does not falter. She continues to look for a way out. James, the commander of the knights, looks irritably at the bushes where he has sent Lane. He finds her intrusive and annoying, though he recognizes that she is attracting attention. Lane, on the other hand, is unhappy that James is constantly telling her what to do. The golden-haired Lane turns around and stares intently into the distance. Her gaze is determined, and it's as if she's remembering something important. She is determined not to let James hurt her and is ready to prove her worth. The two knights are conversing in the background of the forest. James tells his comrade about Lane, expressing his doubts and dissatisfaction with her behavior. He hopes that she will soon change her behavior and become more disciplined. Lane, seeing the knights conversing, begins to wonder what they are discussing. She feels their displeased looks on her and realizes that she will have to earn their respect. The knights prepare for bed for the night, moving sleeping bags and packing into the barracks. Lane watches their actions and ponders her position in the squad. She decides that she needs to find a way to gain their trust. James looks at the amount of firewood and thinks it should be enough to sleep soundly until morning. However, his thoughts are interrupted by Lane, who is still running back and forth creating a fuss. He feels like he won't be able to find peace with her by his side. Lane turns around and notices that her behavior is puzzling the other knights. She wonders why her actions are causing such a reaction and decides to be more circumspect in the future. Lane realizes that the knights don't like her behavior. Her green eyes are determined, and she is willing to change her behavior to gain their trust. She feels she needs to be more strategic and cautious. The knights cast angry glances at Lane, clearly expressing their displeasure and hostility. Lane realizes that she has a hard road ahead of her to gain acceptance and respect in this troop. Lane reflects on the fact that she had not planned on getting close to the knights. However, she decides that her future depends on how well she can adapt and build a relationship with them. Knight Ralph Hogan stands with a book in his hands, expressing confidence and willingness to dialogue. He has a slight smile on his face and a spark of curiosity in his eyes. There is a sense of intelligence and determination in his appearance, which is emphasized by his armor and cape. Ralph starts a conversation with Lane, stating that he is 40 years old, although he looks much younger. Lane is surprised at his age, as she thought he was much younger. She offers to call him whatever she feels comfortable calling him, marveling at his youthful appearance. Ralph marvels at Lane's victory over Kira, wondering about the details of the battle. Lane is surprised by his interest and is willing to answer his questions. Ralph is clearly impressed with her fighting skills and wants to know more about her methods. Lane explains her actions in the battle with the monster to Ralph, telling him about the tricks she used. She details her strategies, which greatly interests Ralph, causing him to write down her every word in his book. Ralph asks many questions about her methods of fighting various monsters. He asks Lane about her experiences and tactics, curious about unusual monsters and ways to defeat them. Lane, a little annoyed by the number of questions, tries to answer in as much detail as possible. Lane shares her experience about the battle with the Sinyam, telling how she managed to hit the monster in the head with her crossbow. Ralph, listening to her stories, takes notes and continues to ask more questions, showing a deep interest in her knowledge and skills. Ralph asks a question again, this time about the monster Jilancy. Lane sighs tiredly, realizing that the conversation is dragging on and demanding more and more of her time. She wrinkles her nose in frustration, but answers his question nonetheless. Lane is beginning to lose patience with Ralph's incessant stream of questions. She mentally scolds him for being too chatty, wondering why he's so interested in all the details of her fighting. James, the commander of the Knights, joins their conversation. He turns to Lane, clearly having important business to attend to. His appearance disrupts the flow of Ralph's questions, and Lane breathes a sigh of relief, anticipating a respite from his questioning. James summons Lane to discuss further plans, his stern gaze and determined tone showing the seriousness of the situation. Lane leaves Ralph, hoping their conversation is over, and heads to the commander's office, ready for new challenges. Lane is relieved to see her savior, even if he looks like an annoying old man. Her hope for help has finally been realized. James, feeling somewhat resentful, quietly observes the scene. Lane wonders why help came so late. James says with a slight rebuke that they could have come sooner. The savior explains that he didn't want to interfere with their communication. Lane is furious at such indifference, but tries to hold back. The situation becomes tense as everyone understands the situation in their own way. Lane asks why she was even needed if no one wanted to cooperate. James replies that her presence was necessary despite her apparent unwillingness to interact. Lane feels mixed feelings. She is valued, but doesn't want to admit it openly. Meanwhile, Duke Clive invites Lane to dine with them. She is surprised and a little confused, but feels that this is a chance to mend the relationship. Hope for a better future flares up in her soul. Lane decides that she can rise to the challenge. A squad of knights, including James and Clive, move forward. They discuss recent events and suspicions about Lane. It all seems very strange and incomprehensible, which keeps them on guard. Clive feels that they have been the victims of a hoax. His suspicions are growing and he expresses his concern. Clive's companion, listening coolly, agrees that the situation requires careful attention. James, despite his emotions, tries to remain judicious. He believes that suspicions may be well-founded, but that no hasty decisions should be made. Lane remains under scrutiny, and all her actions are evaluated. The Duke decides that it is necessary to be as careful as possible. He warns James and the others of possible threats. However, he recognizes that Lane, though strange, can be useful. This causes ambivalent feelings in the squad. Lane, though she feels the cold stares, decides to prove her worth. Her determination strengthens, and she is ready to show that she can help. All the tension around her only spurs her into action. The team continues on their journey, discussing plans and strategy. Every decision takes on importance because they can't make any mistakes. Lane becomes a key figure in their mission, and her skills and knowledge are essential to the success of the venture. Clive, the Duke, on horseback, rode along the forest path, deep in his thoughts. James, the commander of the knights, noticed this and watched his state closely, ready for any surprises. The troop of knights followed the Duke, their horses walking at a steady pace. James warned the Duke about the wasteland nearby, adding that there were no monsters there, which reassured them all a bit. Clive was thinking about something important with a cold and determined stare, his eyes betraying an undercurrent of anxiety and deep thought. James, noticing this, became wary and prepared himself for any unexpected decisions. Clive suddenly announced that he was going to have dinner with a monster hunter tonight. James was amazed and surprised by this decision, not understanding the reasons for such a sudden desire of the Duke. Clive explained that the huntress's help might come in handy for an important mission in the future. He reminded that it was just a gesture of common courtesy to help establish cooperation. James tried to object, but Clive remained adamant in his decision. Their dialogue was accompanied by a tense atmosphere, and a sense of uncertainty and expectation hung in the air. Meanwhile, Lane, the monster hunter, was eating dinner, enjoying a moment of peace. Her face expressed contentment, and she smiled demurely as she thought about her upcoming meeting with the Duke. Clive and James, sitting at the table, waited silently for Lane. Both were immersed in their thoughts, preparing for an important conversation that would determine their future actions. Clive questioned Lane about her knowledge of table manners, trying to gauge her manners and upbringing. Lane replied that she had had to learn the rules, which calmed the Duke down a bit and created a more friendly atmosphere at the table. Lane and James sat around the table discussing her sudden knowledge of noble etiquette. James wondered where the huntress got her manners from and questioned her about it. Lane looked at him calmly, preparing to explain. Lane explained that this etiquette was common to nobles, and hunters could rarely be taught such things. James agreed that it was indeed unusual for hunters and listened to her carefully. Lane explained that she had learned these manners from Baron Beckram. She said that she had once been invited to an honored dinner where this knowledge had proved essential. Her face lit up with memories of that evening. She remembered how long it had been since she had eaten a regular meal. Lane thought that this was probably the first time in a long time that she had been able to enjoy a meal in peace since she had gotten here. Her thoughts returned to James and Clive. Lane realized that learning etiquette was good for her eyes as well as her mouth. This brought a smile and slight embarrassment to her face, and she sank back into her thoughts. Lane had heard from the commander that she would not be participating in the hunt and agreed with that decision. James reminded her that it would be difficult for them to find other guides when they reached the border. Clive asked Lane to tell the book-filling knight everything she knew about slaying monsters. Lane thought for a moment, remembering all her knowledge and experience, and agreed to help. Clive expressed his desire to join the hunt along with Lane and James. His offer caused Lane mild surprise, but she accepted it with interest. Clive explained that if they hired a hunter for a long period of time, he was likely to slack off. He suggested having contracts on a case-by-case basis to avoid problems. Lane thought about Clive's words and realized that his suggestion made sense. She sensed that they had many adventures ahead of them and was ready for new challenges with Clive and James. Lane, despite the negative public opinion, felt differently about Duke Clive. She enjoyed the taste of food, which caused James to be surprised. He was amazed at her calmness and confidence in such a tense situation. She was enjoying the food, and it seemed completely inappropriate to him. Clive explained to Lane that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. He felt that her involvement in the case was insignificant. He tried to convey to her that her understanding of the problem was superficial and that the true dangers lay much deeper. But Lane didn't seem to take his words seriously. Lane confidently stated that her main goal was to protect Duke Clive from being killed. This caused James to be shocked. He was stunned by her determination and courage, not understanding where she got such confidence in her own abilities. James felt his credibility was threatened. Lane was completely focused on her promise to protect the Duke, despite the possible risks to her life. Her determination left no room for doubt. She made it clear that she was willing to make any sacrifice to fulfill her mission. James was infuriated by her statement. He pounded on the table and angrily demanded an explanation. Indignation flared in his eyes, and he couldn't contain his rage. His indignation had reached a peak, and he wasn't about to give in to Lane. James declared that he was the commander of the knights who had been protecting the Duke for generations, and that this place was not for the likes of Lane. His words sounded like a judgment. He believed that only he and his knights were worthy of this mission, and Lane was only an obstacle to him. Lane calmly explained that her participation was important, and that she was willing to risk her life for the Duke. She looked at James confidently and without fear, which made him even more annoyed. Her calmness and determination confused him. Clive, seeing Lane's determination, began to question his judgment of her role in the Duke's defense. Her steadfastness and selflessness made him wonder. He began to realize that he may have underestimated her ability and will to fight. Lane wasn't going to back down, despite James's rage and Clive's doubts. Her determination was unyielding. She knew that her goal of protecting the Duke was worth every possible hardship and risk. A fire burned in her eyes that could not be extinguished. Clive recognized her contribution and determination, knowing she could be trusted to protect the Duke despite their differences and disagreements. He saw Lane as an ally, not a rival. This moment was the beginning of a new chapter in their fight together for the Duke's safety. Lane screams, indignant that no one present has ever faced monsters. She furiously explains how difficult it is to hunt even the weakest of them. Her emotions convey the gravity of the situation. James gets into an argument with Lane, claiming that he will be the one to train. Lane and Clive look at him with bewilderment, leading to even more tension. The scene heats up, and all three clearly can't come to an agreement. Clive is clearly annoyed by what is happening. He's holding his head, trying to cope with the growing tension. His discontent is becoming more and more obvious, and those around him are starting to feel the pressure. James and Lane stand in front of Clive, ready to talk. Clive reluctantly acknowledges their presence, but still maintains his confidence. He pretends that he is ready to discuss the situation. Clive claims that he can defend himself on his own. His confidence and determination is evident on his face. He is not going to budge on this issue. Lane and James look stunned, but respectfully listen to him. Lane and James stand side by side looking at Clive. Lane says she doesn't need their help, which is somewhat surprising. James looks a little upset, but remains serious. Lane suddenly notices that even in anger, Clive looks cute. Her thoughts run through her facial expression, and she is slightly embarrassed by her own feelings. James, for his part, also notices Clive's cuteness in his anger. He is surprised and a little confused, which adds to the comical nature of the situation. His reaction brings a smile to Lane's face. Clive calmly ends the conversation by offering to finish the meal. He remains cool and composed despite the tension of the moment. James and Lane realize that the conversation is over. Lane looks at James and expresses his surprise that he too has been asked to leave. James is perplexed and surprised by this turn of events. The situation takes on an unexpectedly comical tone, concluding the series of events. James shouted indignantly at Lane, accusing her of being the reason he was kicked out. Lane brushed it off, saying it wasn't her fault. Clive, standing off to the side, watched the scene silently, not getting involved in the argument. Clive, tired and depressed, sat at the table with his arms around his head. He thought about how quickly events were unfolding and how he would cope with the new reality that had suddenly caught up with him. Clive, immersed in his thoughts, felt that the storm that had erupted in his life was gradually subsiding. He pondered about his future and how he should act now to restore order and justice. As time passed, these situations became rare. Clive was in his room, lying in bed and remembering recent events, trying to make sense of them and figure out what he should do next. Lane, worried, held Clive's hands, trying to support him in his time of need. She understood how difficult he was going through and how important his determination and fortitude was. Clive, lying in bed, reminded Lane of the importance of following their customs and preserving the family's honor. He warned her against showing weakness, knowing that they would have to hide their emotions from others. Clive explained to Lane that the only way to protect his family and his sister was to stay strong and not show his weaknesses. He realized that it wasn't easy, but they had no other choice. Lane listened to Clive, trying to memorize all of his instructions. She realized how important his words were and how much they would affect their future life and the fate of their family. When Clive was 15 years old, he heard his father's last words and imprinted his wish in his heart. He hid all his emotions and endeavored to enhance the family's reputation by acting in accordance with his father's will. Clive Winterlock had become a man worthy of the title of Duke of Winterlock. He continued his father's work, preserving the honor and dignity of the family despite all the hardships and trials that came his way. Clive felt confusion and tension when Lane suddenly appeared in front of him. He felt her gaze on him and wondered about her motives and actions. Questions swirled in his mind. What was she doing here, and what was she going to do about it? Lane and James, walking side by side through the corridors of the palace, were discussing the latest news about the increased aggression of the monsters. They were concerned and determined to figure out what was going on. James, as commander of the Knights, expressed his concern, knowing that immediate action needed to be taken to protect the kingdom. Lane turned sharply to Gerard, demanding an explanation for his actions. Her rage and determination was clearly evident on her face. She was ready for decisive action. She wanted to understand why Gerard had made the decisions that led to the current crisis situation. The imperial palace looked majestic against the clear sky. Reports of increased monster aggression kept coming in, forcing everyone to be on high alert. Every corner of the palace, every hall and corridor was filled with tension and anticipation, as if the whole place was frozen in anticipation of an impending storm. Gerard reported to Clive and Lane on the latest reports that had come in. Most of the monsters had come from the western border, which was particularly worrisome. The prince realized the seriousness of the situation and tried to convey the importance of the information to his allies. Prince Gerard told Lane to bring all the documents he had received from the Duke. He was going to personally study them to better understand the current situation. Lane, in turn, did not hesitate, knowing perfectly well how important this information was for making the right decisions. James admitted his error in planning, realizing that he should have listened to the report in Lane's absence. This caused him to feel guilt and regret. He realized that he had underestimated the situation and was now trying to correct his mistake. Ophelia reassured James, reminding him that the imperial family had the Duke's full support. She was confident in their combined strength and ability to deal with the threats. Ophelia believed that their unity and determination would help overcome any difficulties. Ophelia asked to be addressed as the Duchess of Winterlock, emphasizing her high position and demanding respect from the others. Her calm but confident speech emphasized her status and importance. She reminded everyone that her title and position was not an empty title, and everyone should show proper respect for her and her role in these events. Ophelia announced that Duke Winterlock would be back soon. It gave her confidence and peace of mind, knowing that with his return the situation would stabilize. She saw a spark of hope light up in the eyes of those around her, and it strengthened her resolve. Gerard gently reassured Ophelia, moving closer to her and whispering words of encouragement. He asked her not to worry too much, assuring her that everything would be all right. His words were filled with care and tenderness, and as he leaned closer, he tried to take in her worries, showing her that she was not alone in her worries. Ophelia, despite his words, was clearly agitated. Her face gave away her inner worries, and she only quietly said, "Your Highness." There was confusion and anxiety in her voice, and her eyes reflected the inner struggle between the desire to trust and the fear of the unknown. She tried to hold firm, but her emotions were taking over. Ophelia apologized to Gerard, explaining that she felt ill and had to leave him. He accepted her apology with understanding, wondering if she was okay. His face became serious, and he watched her condition carefully, trying to understand how much she was suffering and how he could help her at this moment. Gerard expressed his willingness to call the imperial physician if she got worse. Ophelia assured him that she just needed some rest, and Gerard offered to send her to the carriage to rest. He realized that sometimes the best medicine was rest and solitude, and he hoped it would help her regain her strength and composure. Gerard, with a smile on his face, agreed to her request and promised to call a carriage so she could go and recuperate. His smile was filled with warmth and support, and he hoped that these small gestures of attention would help Ophelia feel better and more confident. Ophelia slowly left the room, her figure dissolving into the distance, leaving Gerard alone with his thoughts and concerns for her well-being. He watched her with mixed feelings, concern for her condition, and hope that she would recover soon. Gerard was left alone, reflecting on what had happened. He remembered how fragile and wise Ophelia had been, and how the disturbing news could have shaken her deeply. His heart filled with sympathy and determination to support her through whatever trials they would face. Ophelia returned to her domain, where in her room she found comfort in the arms of a teddy bear, sitting on a luxurious bed. She was surrounded by familiar and cozy things that brought her a sense of safety and peace. She could feel the heaviness of the day slowly leaving her, giving way to a quiet joy. She smiled as she held the bear in her hands, her thoughts occupied with the memories and emotions she had experienced during the day. Images and words flashed through her mind, leaving mixed feelings of gratitude and anxiety. Ophelia realized that there were many more challenges ahead of her, but in this moment she was simply enjoying the peace and quiet. Memories took her back to her childhood when she was given this bear, reminding her of those who were always there to support her in times of need. Her eyes filled with warmth and light, and she felt strength and confidence return to her, giving her new strength for future endeavors. The woman with black hair, Ophelia, hits the teddy bear hard with her fist, putting all her fury into that blow. Her face expresses rage and determination, and she screams, calling out her name and title as the Duchess of Winterlock. Her emotions seem to overwhelm her, and each blow is accompanied by a surge of power and emotion, making the scene tense and dramatic. Ophelia continues to furiously punch the bear, shouting insults and words of hate. She is clearly out of control, her hair disheveled and her face contorted with anger. Her fists are continuously descending on the unfortunate toy, as if spewing out all the accumulated emotions and resentments, creating an atmosphere of chaos and destruction. In the luxurious bedroom decorated with gold and velvet, a scene of rage takes place. Ophelia, in a fit of rage, is waving a bear, shouting at the whole house. In the background stands the butler with a tray. He looks at his mistress with surprise and slight horror. In his gaze reads incomprehension. He clearly did not expect to see such a storm of emotions. Ophelia turns sharply to the butler and orders him, calling him by name Albert. He holds the tray with slightly trembling hands and responds with a bow, confirming that he will do her bidding. His voice sounds strained, as if he is afraid of angering his mistress even more. Ophelia, gathering all her resolve, declares that she is going to the Duke's office immediately. She cannot let the House of Winterlock fall because of something like this. Her eyes burn with determination and strength. Her voice sounds firm and confident. She is clearly ready for action to defend her honor and dignity. She warns with menace in her voice that if someone dies, she will come to their grave and kill them again. The scene is filled with grim determination and an ominous atmosphere, emphasized by the background with the flames. Ophelia looks intimidating. Her words are full of hatred and anger that leave no doubt about her determination. Ophelia, despite her fragility and delicacy, is actually quite strong. Her strength is not only shown in her physical might, but also in her fortitude of spirit. Little Clive has always been hit by her fury, becoming the unwitting victim of her wrath. A troop of riders, including Lane and Gerard, moves through a dense forest. Gerard, with concern in his voice, admits that he has a bad feeling. The squad looks focused and wary. They realize that there are difficulties and dangers ahead, and they prepare for them. Lane and Gerard discuss how to take down the menacing monster. Lane holds an ancient book in his hands, and as he flips through its pages, he shares his thoughts and strategies. In the background, the rest of the squad listens intently, absorbing her every word, realizing the importance of the information. Gerard looks at Lane with deep pity and understanding, realizing the difficulty and danger of their task. Lane answers him with a calm gaze, full of determination and inner strength. Lane feels invisible and thinks it has to do with her status. She ponders why everyone treats her as if she doesn't exist and concludes that it may be because of her position. Ralph notices Lane and wonders what's wrong. Lane replies that everyone is ignoring her. Ralph offers to ask any question to help her. She hesitates, but his benevolence gives her hope that perhaps he can shed some light on what is happening and support her in her time of need. Lane, somewhat embarrassed, admits that she is not as good at phrasing questions as some of the others. She looks at Ralph and the other knight who are quietly going about their business, feeling insecure and insignificant in comparison. One of the knights asks if any of them have encountered a knight who was accidentally hit in the back of the head by a passing hunter. Everyone looks puzzled and assures him that they have never heard of such a thing. The knight asks if the hunter has robbed anyone. They reply confidently that such a thing has never happened, and are convinced that the hunter did not attack the knight instead of the monster. This exchange makes Lane think about how easily one can get confused by rumors and misunderstandings. Lane begins to wonder why everyone hates hunters so much. One of the knights is surprised by her question, and a look of confusion appears on his face. She senses that her suspicions may be unfounded, but can't shake the feeling that something is left unsaid. Lane explains to Ralph that she is not interested in the knights, but she senses the tense atmosphere. Ralph confirms her words, agreeing that everyone is acting wary and ignoring her for no apparent reason. Lane tries to figure out why everyone is acting so strangely. Her concern grows, and she tries to find out the reason for this behavior so that she can finally understand the situation and feel part of the team. The night team found themselves in a quandary when Lane encountered a misunderstanding among her comrades. James tried to explain to her that the knights didn't hate her, rather it was a misunderstanding. Lane pondered over his words, trying to understand the nature of the problem. Suddenly, a flying monster appeared out of the forest, scaring everyone with its sudden appearance. Lane remained unperturbed despite the screams about the monster echoing around. The knights in shock couldn't believe their eyes. The monster was hovering threateningly in the sky, causing panic among the knights. They realized that they were in for a tough battle. James, as commander, quickly gave the order to prepare his bows, realizing that they needed to act immediately. Lane prepared for battle without losing her composure. She realized that only equanimity and determination would help defeat the enemy. The knights, united, rushed into battle, trying to defend their land. The monster flashed its red eyes ominously, showing its fangs and claws. Lane and James, wasting no time, began planning an attack to disarm the monster. They knew that victory was only possible with concerted action. Lane resolutely aimed her sword at the monster, realizing that the lives of her comrades were at stake. James, as an experienced fighter, supported her, giving clear instructions to his subordinates. Each knight knew that the outcome of the battle depended on his actions. The monster continued to hover threateningly in the sky, making sharp maneuvers to avoid the knight's arrows. Lane and James realized that they would need more than just arrows to overpower the creature. At one point, the monster made an attack, piercing the air with its menacing roar. The knight struggled to dodge, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Lane and James did not give up, continuing to look for weaknesses in the monster's defenses. Lane, gathering all her strength and determination, made a decisive lunge, aiming her sword at the heart of the monster. James covered her, fending off the monster's attacks. Eventually, their combined efforts bore fruit, and the monster was defeated. The knights celebrated the victory, realizing that through their unity and courage, they were able to overcome this terrible threat. Lane and James felt proud of their actions, knowing that they had protected their land from evil. James, the commander of the knights, decides that he will have to jump in and rip off the monster's wings on his own. He suggests luring the monster closer to the ground first to make the task easier. Excitement and determination is reflected on his face. Each knight knows that the stakes are high and the outcome of the battle depends on their actions. James orders his knights to use their bows to lure the monster in. He urges everyone to be attentive and act coherently. The knights respond with enthusiasm and readiness for battle, arrow after arrow flying into the sky, hoping to attract the monster's attention. Their eyes read determination and fear. As Lane runs off in the monster's direction, James shouts in a panic that she must return. He is surprised and concerned where she could have disappeared to at such a dangerous moment. His scream pierces the air. The knights turn toward Lane, trying to understand her intentions. The commander of the knights gives the order for everyone to move out of the way to avoid a collision with the monster. His voice is firm and loud, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The knights immediately follow the order, their footsteps sounding loud, blocking out the noise of the monster's wings approaching the ground. Lane leaps onto the roof of the wagon with a battle cry, holding a huge axe in his hands. Ralph, sitting in front, tensely observes the scene, ready to intervene at any moment. Their hearts beat in unison, adrenaline making the blood flow faster through their veins. Ralph addresses Lane, calling her baby, and wonders if she thinks it strange. Lane agrees that the situation is unusual since the Korea monster shouldn't be coming down the cliff so easily. They both realize that something is going wrong, and this increases their anxiety. Ralph asks Sir Haugen to hurry up and get past the beginning of the procession sooner. He realizes that Lane must be in the right place the moment the monster begins to descend. His voice is a mixture of fear and determination, each word echoing in the knight's ears. Lane holds on tighter to the wagon to keep from falling. She prepares herself for the decisive moment and appeals to the commander to speed up. Her eyes burn with determination. She knows that the outcome of the battle depends on her actions, and her heart won't let her give up. The monster they have been waiting for finally begins to descend from the heavens. All the knights prepare for the decisive battle, the tension rising with every second. Its shadows cover the ground, and everyone realizes that this is the moment of truth, where every step could be their last. Lane sees that the monster is still far away, and it makes her frustrated. She realizes that time is running out, and she needs to act quickly and decisively. Images of her friends and family flash through her mind, and she knows she must protect them at all costs, even if she has to sacrifice herself. The knight found herself face to face with a huge flying monster, its sudden attack taking her by surprise. Trying to dodge, he dropped his sword, fear stiffened his movements, and he lost his balance. The monster, whose bright red eyes burned with rage, was ready for the decisive blow, but the unexpected help changed the course of events. Meanwhile, Lane, without a second's hesitation, rushed into the fray. Her determination and courage were visible in her every move as she purposefully rushed at the monster. With agility and strength, she pierced the air, her eyes sparkling with fury and concentration, and she was determined to protect her comrades. Boldly attacking the monster, Lane struck with her axe, aiming for vulnerable spots. Her blows were powerful and precise. The monster fiercely resisted, but she did not give up. Each of her blows was accompanied by a powerful roar of the monster, but she was adamant and continued to advance, overcoming all obstacles in her way. In the heat of battle, Lane took aim, and with a scream, she sliced the monster's wing. Her determination and strength did its job, and the monster began to lose its balance. Swinging with incredible force, she delivered a final blow that finally weakened the monster, leaving it helpless and disoriented. The monster tore downward. Lane realized she had to jump before they crashed. Her actions were swift and deliberate. She acted without thinking. Adrenaline raged in her veins, and she, holding her axe tightly in her hands, prepared for one last dash to save her life. The monster began to rapidly approach the ground. Lane prepared to jump, knowing that her life depended on it. Her determination and confidence was impressive. With incredible agility, she leaped aside, landing on the soft grass and immediately turning around to make sure the danger had passed. As she landed, Lane realized that the battle was over. Her eyes were filled with determination and fatigue, but she knew she had done her best. Her breathing was intermittent, but she held firm, proud of her feat, and realizing that her actions had saved the lives of many. Knight Commander James and his squad ran up to the knight who had encountered the monster. They were concerned about his condition. Their alarm was evident. James carefully surveyed the battlefield, making sure there were no more threats, and his gaze stopped on Lane, who was still holding her axe at the ready. James looked over the knight and made sure he was all right. The knight was grateful for the help, especially Lane's intervention that had saved his life. He realized how important her courage and determination had been in this battle, and her feat had not gone unnoticed. The squad of knights realized the importance of their team spirit and supporting each other in battle. Lane became an example of courage and bravery for them, inspiring them all to new feats. Her determination and strength became a symbol to all who saw her in action, and they now knew that with such a leader they could overcome any challenge. James, the commander of the knights, angrily orders one of his men to join the others as soon as he can. At this time, in the background, a young knight is trying to catch up with him, clearly disturbed by something. Suddenly running up to the small group of knights, the young knight informs them that there is a big problem. Another Quoria, a dangerous enemy, has appeared. The panic in his voice makes the others wary. James, hearing this, stops abruptly. He realizes that the Duke used himself as bait to protect them all from danger. This news disturbs him greatly. Lane, the woman with golden hair, is stunned by this news. She cannot believe that the Duke, Clive, has taken such a risky step. Her eyes widen with shock and excitement. Clive, the Duke, stands face to face with a flying monster. With sword in hand and determination in his eyes, he prepares for a deadly fight, realizing the gravity of the situation. But at the most critical moment, Lane appears in front of the Duke. Her sharp jump with an axe in her hands suddenly changes the balance of forces, and she prepares to deliver a decisive blow. Upon seeing Lane, Clive shouts her name in surprise and alarm. He realizes that her intervention could change the outcome of the battle, but at the same time he fears for her safety. As Lane battles the monster, James is horrified to realize that if nothing is done, the situation could end tragically. His knightly heart breaks with helplessness. In the final shots, Clive shouts Lane's name again, realizing that their fates are linked. All the mesmerizing movement and emotion all around builds up to the climax. And then Lane, with axe in hand, delivers a crushing blow to the monster. This powerful moment seems to bring a long-awaited victory, but the future is still uncertain. Clive, with a troubled expression on his face, wonders about the female hunter. He is clearly alarmed by her appearance and suspects that she may be a danger to everyone around her. Lane, with a determined expression, points her finger and accuses someone. Her emotions are simmering. She is clearly unhappy with the situation and determined to sort it out despite all the difficulties and dangers. Lane, breathing heavily, thinks about the fact that she almost died. She's exhausted and barely on her feet, but she's still willing to fight to the end to protect herself and her loved ones from the threat. Lane calls out to Winterlock, hoping for his help. Her face expresses desperation. She realizes that the situation is critical and requires immediate intervention to save everyone in danger. Lane is surprised when she notices that the monster has disappeared. She doesn't understand where it went, and this sudden disappearance puts her on edge, raising even more questions and concerns. Clive, pierced, falls from the sky. He is wounded and barely able to stay on his feet. Lane yells at him to hold on tight as his life is on the line, and she can't lose him at this critical moment. Lane worries about Clive, wondering what will happen if he gets hurt. She tries desperately to help him despite her own fatigue and pain, trying to find a way to save him. Lane questions Clive as to why he is committing dangerous acts. She realizes that his behavior could lead to more problems and tries to warn him to avoid tragedy. Clive remembers how long he trained to become a knight. He says that he doesn't need Lane's protection, showing his determination and willpower to prove his ability to handle danger. Lane blames the situation on the scenario that Clive must die. She is emotionally involved and cannot accept what is supposed to happen according to the plot, trying to find a way out of this tragic situation. Lane decides to trust Clive and follow his advice, despite her desire not to put all the responsibility on him. She wants to fight on equal footing and not look like a coward by showing courage and determination. Her inner conflict can be seen in the tension in her face, but in the end, she decides that trust and cooperation are more important than her personal doubts. Clive says that Lane is here solely because of their shared cause, and he can't let her risk her life. His determination is evident in his eyes, and he tries to convince Lane of his sincerity. He takes responsibility for her safety, showing that his actions are motivated by concern and not mere command. Lane is surprised and touched by Clive's words. She realizes that his words are not just an order, but a demonstration of deep care and responsibility. This sincerity resonates in her heart, and she begins to realize that their alliance is based not only on military necessity, but on mutual respect and support. She ponders her decision. Lane thinks about the fact that if she dies, her sacrifice will not be in vain because she believes in their cause and in Clive. Her inner monologue is full of reflections on duty and sacrifice. and she concludes that her participation in this battle is of profound importance to the common cause. A strong determination is reflected on Lane's face. She is ready to act with Clive and the team to defeat the enemy. Her eyes burn with determination, and she is ready to fight to her last breath. It is a moment of acceptance as she fully accepts her role in this battle and trusts her comrades. Clive and his team devise a plan of attack. They must each cut off a wing of the monster to bring it down to the ground. Clive listens carefully, understanding the importance of each action. His leadership skills are evident in his calm and confident demeanor, which instills confidence in the rest of the team. Lane relays the command to Clive. She is confident in her words and determination, which makes her command confident and accurate. Clive takes her words with complete seriousness, realizing that their success depends on teamwork and precise execution of the plan. Her authority and confidence inspire everyone around her. When Lane gives the signal, Clive has to cut off the monster's wing. Lane warns him to be prepared for the fall and advises him to tie the wing to his belt. Her plan is detailed and well thought out, demonstrating her strategic thinking and ability to anticipate possible difficulties. Clive agrees with Lane's plan. He senses that her words are obvious and correct and expresses his readiness to launch an attack on cue. Determination burns in his eyes, and he realizes that their common goal requires maximum concentration and readiness for any surprises. This determination gives him strength and confidence in success. Lane and Clive make a final agreement to launch the attack. They are both determined and ready to fulfill their mission, realizing the importance and danger of the upcoming battle. Their cooperation and mutual trust becomes the basis for their shared victory. Lane commands the attack, shouting out commands. Determination blazes in her eyes, and she is focused on the battle at hand. Her shout resonates in the air, raising the morale of her comrades. In the midst of the battle, the flying monster swiftly attacks. Its formidable appearance and power inspire fear, but the warriors deflect its blows with determination, demonstrating their skill and courage. Clive and his warriors destroy the enemy, scattering its remnants. Scattered on the ground are gems broken during the battle. This symbolizes the victory, but also the losses suffered during the battle. James and his troop finally reach Clive. They are tired but determined. James looks worried. His face betrays fatigue and worry, but he keeps going forward. Clive apologizes to James for being too far away from his comrades. He realizes the importance of teamwork and realizes his mistake. Clive comforts James, telling him that they did the best they could. Thanks to their efforts, the knights were able to finish the battle without serious casualties. Clive expresses his gratitude for their courage and dedication. James makes a request of Clive. His words hint at an important conversation that needs to be had. Clive listens attentively, realizing the importance of the moment. Clive reflects on his actions. He sees himself as weak and vulnerable, reflecting on his mistakes and successes. The flowers around him symbolize hope and renewal. James is puzzled, trying to understand what Clive is talking about. His face expresses incomprehension and concern, but he is willing to listen and support his commander. Lane ends the conversation with a slight smile, assuring him that all the difficulties are behind him. Her confidence and determination inspire hope in the hearts of her comrades, and they are ready to continue their journey together. Clive, tired after a long day, returns to his room. He feels like he is running out of energy, but the room is full of quiet comfort. He struggles to remove his jacket, stretching and kneading his tense muscles in preparation for rest. Reflecting on his duties, Clive feels fatigue come over him. He runs his hand over his face, remembering all the chores that need to be finished. His gaze falls on the massive wooden desk in the corner of the room. On the table is an old book that catches Clive's attention. His tiredness mingles with curiosity. He remembers his assignment to complete the monster encyclopedia, which causes him a new wave of determination. 4. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Clive ponders the importance of his mission. He has to gather information on all creatures, including the rarest and most dangerous ones. The task seems incredibly daunting, but he feels he must pull it off. Remembering Opelia's words about the impossibility of completing this task, Clive struggles with doubts. He realizes that only he can complete this mission. His determination grows despite all the obstacles. He gets up to take another look at the book. Thoughts of the upcoming dangers and trials rush through his mind. He realizes that this is the only way to protect the world from threats. His gaze is full of determination and concentration. Suddenly, the words of a girl warning of deadly danger pop into his mind. He realizes that the assignment is extremely dangerous, but his duty to the people demands that he carry out this mission. His spirit is not broken. Clive closes his eyes, imagining all the difficulties he will have to overcome. He knows that there are battles and challenges ahead, but he also realizes that this is the only way to complete the mission. His determination is unwavering. At that moment, 2 guards burst into the room. They anxiously report that Ella Lane, one of the most dangerous monsters, has been spotted nearby. Clive realizes that the time for thinking has passed and it's time to act. He heads resolutely towards the exit, knowing that a battle lies ahead. His steps are firm and his gaze is determined. Clive realizes that the battles and trials ahead are the key to completing his great mission and protecting the world. Clive bursts into the room in a panic, where James immediately asks what happened. James worries that something serious has happened, as the Duke rarely shows such emotion. The atmosphere in the room becomes tense, and all eyes are on Clive. Clive calmly explains that the contract needs to be rewritten. He is sure that the changes are necessary to improve working conditions, especially in light of recent events. James listens to him with interest, albeit with some skepticism. They know that every decision the Duke makes is carefully considered. Lane is surprised by the offer, but she realizes the importance of the task. She realizes that now she will not only have to command the knights, but also train them, which requires additional effort and time. Despite this, she is willing to accept the challenge for the good of all. Clive explains that training the knights will help avoid losses in future battles with monsters. He convinces Lane to accept the offer, emphasizing that their lives depend on it. Lane listens intently, realizing how important her role is in this endeavor. Clive adds that he realizes how important the training is and offers Lane double payment for her services to accept the offer. He knows that Lane appreciates a fair reward for her hard work and effort. Lane feels that this is not necessary, as she herself believes that training is truly necessary for the survival of the knights. She is confident in her abilities and is willing to accept this responsibility without additional motivation. Lane clarifies that she has already been paid for her work and does not need any additional rewards. This comes as a surprise to Clive, who did not expect such dedication. She emphasizes that duty and honor are more important to her than money. In her thoughts, Lane admires Clive and thinks he is handsome with his bangs down. James and Clive are puzzled at this time, not realizing what is going on in Lane's mind. They exchange glances without guessing her thoughts. Clive suggests that Lane sign a contract if she agrees to his terms. Training will begin as soon as she arrives at the border. Lane agrees, realizing the importance of the mission. Her determination and willingness to take action is admired by all present. Lane firmly takes the pen and signs the contract, showing her determination and willingness to take on her new responsibilities. James and Clive are relieved, knowing that with such a loyal ally, they have a chance at success. At the Knight's Castle, Lane, Clive, and James gather around a round table. Lane, a woman with golden hair, is studying a document lying in front of her. The atmosphere is tense. Everyone present is immersed in their own thoughts. Clive, the Duke with black hair, suggests that they start training a little later. He explains that the knights need more time to get used to the new rules, as they still haven't adapted to the changes. James, the knight's commander, says that the order has already been given, but things haven't moved forward yet. Lane apparently wasn't aware of this and asks in surprise what case we're talking about. Lane is outraged to learn that someone has intervened and ordered the knights to change their attitude towards her. She is outraged and demands an explanation. James tries to justify himself by referring to their previous conversation. James firmly states that in his order no one should be ignored, even if it is a hunter. His words cause Lane to wonder and ponder. She realizes the gravity of the situation. James adds that he wants to give the knights some time to get used to their new surroundings on their own. Lane understands his position and begins to realize the rightness of his words. Lane takes the quill in her hand and declares that this is not a problem. She is confident that whatever the reaction of the knights, her training will not be affected, and she is willing to continue despite the difficulties. Lane says emphatically that she will miss the knights' previous attitude. Perhaps there is something familiar and native to her in the hardships, despite their negative aspects. Lane concludes the conversation with a serious expression, realizing that everything now depends on the time and effort everyone is willing to put in to achieve a common goal. She's willing to accept any challenges and keep moving forward. In the finale, Lane, holding back her emotions, makes one last emphasis on the importance of keeping faith and determination, regardless of the obstacles. She realizes that the future of the Order depends on their combined efforts and is ready to lead them to success. Lane rides along with the knights on horseback. One of the knights asks her opinion of the Duke, admiring his exceptionalism. He also asks about her axe, noting that it looks unusual. Lane looks at her axe, remembering how she received it in battle. Lane is the center of attention as the other knights praise her for her hunting skills. They ask her to teach them how to hunt just as well. The atmosphere is relaxed and everyone seems pleased. Lane smiles, feeling a little embarrassed by all this attention. Suddenly there is a noise and everyone turns their attention to a rider approaching. Lane and the knights are wary and look in the direction of the noise, trying to figure out what is going on. The rider approaches quickly and Lane braces himself for possible danger. James, the commander of the knights, rides up and asks who made such a noise. Lane, surprised by his question, replies that she didn't do anything. James looks stern but fair. The knights listen intently as well, waiting for an explanation. Lane notices that she has become the target of conversation and ridicule from the others. It seems to her that the three knights continue to discuss and laugh at her. She is unhappy with this attitude and becomes angry, feeling unfair to herself. James notices that the discussions are getting louder and expresses his displeasure. Lane looks annoyed and is clearly tired of the constant attention to her. She wants to bring calm back to the squad and continue on her way. The knights continue on their way despite the tension that has arisen. James comforts Lane, saying that the situation is temporary and things will get better soon. Lane looks at him incredulously, not believing his words, but decides to leave the conversation. James leaves and Lane asks why he looks so pleased. She is angry and suspects that he isn't taking her seriously. Her thoughts are filled with suspicion and displeasure at his behavior. The knights return to their seats. Lane tries to calm down, but is still irritated. Ralph, the knight with glasses, notices that her mood has improved after talking to the knights. Lane disagrees, still plagued by doubts. Lane replies to Ralph that he imagined it and she has not changed her mood. She wonders why everyone has changed their attitude towards her so drastically and feels irritated and tired. She can't help feeling that something is going wrong. Lane and Ralph are talking against the backdrop of a green meadow. Ralph tries to reassure Lane by explaining that no one really hates her, though she doubts this given the cold behavior of those around her. Lane wonders why they treat her so coldly then, and this causes her even more anxiety. Ralph thinks back to the guide who was with their group before Lane arrived. He was a renowned monster hunter, but died on the way to their current destination. This loss hit the morale of the team hard, leaving everyone in deep shock and doubts about the future. Ralph reveals that the guide tried to kill the Duke. This admission shocks Lane, and she begins to doubt the trustworthiness of the people surrounding the Duke, as well as those who entrusted her with this mission. She realizes that the situation is much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. Many questions and suspicions arise in Lane's mind. She begins to realize that the upcoming mission is full of unknowns and dangers. To understand the motives of all the participants becomes her first priority in order to successfully complete the mission and save her life. Two men discuss what is going on, and one of them understands why Lane is so worried and feels the scrutiny. Apparently, everyone has their own ulterior motives, and each member of the team tries to keep a wary eye out, distrusting even their closest associates. Ralph tells us that the guide was twice on the verge of death, but still made it to the border. This further reinforces Lane's feeling that protecting Clive will be difficult and perhaps more dangerous than she expected. She begins to prepare for unforeseen difficulties and dangers. Lane admits that it becomes clear to her why everyone is so loyal to the Duke. They are truly loyal to him, which is even surprising. This loyalty raises even more questions in her mind about what exactly makes the Duke so special and worthy of respect. Ralph says that the Duke is different from other aristocrats because of his honesty and fairness. He often takes care of all problems without wanting to bother others, which makes Lane respect and admire him. She begins to see the Duke as a true leader. Lane realizes that the Duke was primarily concerned about his men, not himself, when he sent them on the mission. This adds to her confidence in his leadership skills and the rightness of his decisions. She feels that she is under the protection of a worthy man. After hearing the story, Lane begins to understand why the knights are so loyal to the Duke. This loyalty amazes her, and she decides to make every effort to justify the Duke's trust and fulfill her mission, despite all the difficulties and dangers that may be encountered along the way. The knights and men wonder why their Duke does not turn a blind eye to what is happening and pretend as if it is none of his business. While others quietly take the easy path, he chooses the difficult one without doubting his choice for a second, which is admired and respected by everyone around him. Clive, the Duke, inspires respect and trust with his presence and actions. He is not afraid of difficulties, which makes people appreciate him even more, realizing that they need such a leader. In his every move and word, you can feel the confidence and willingness to take responsibility. Before going to fight the monsters, Duke repeatedly offered his warriors to refuse to participate. However, none of them left, deciding to follow him to the end, realizing that their leader always thinks about the safety of his subjects. James, the commander of the knights, recalls how the Duke sought to minimize the number of guides, risking his own life. All this raised many questions among his companions, but his determination was unquestioned, only increasing their faith in his leadership skills. It was for this reason that Clive decided to go first on the dangerous mission, setting an example of selflessness and determination that inspired hope and confidence in everyone else. His actions became a symbol of courage and strength for all the Knights of the Order. After this event, the Knights realized the importance of strengthening their forces so that the Duke would not have to risk himself to protect them. This was an important conclusion for all members of the Order, emphasizing the need for unity and cohesion in difficult times. If the knights are better trained, it will help avoid casualties in future battles with monsters. James believes that training and preparation is key to the success and safety of their team. Effective training will be the key to defeating any enemies. Lane, a woman with golden hair, promises to always be by Clive's side, not letting him risk his life in vain. She recalls how they recently signed a new contract that strengthened their alliance and mutual trust, reinforcing their resolve to fight together. Lane admits that she can't afford to lose the one she loves, which brings mixed feelings from her fellow soldiers. This shows how much they all care for each other and are willing to support in any circumstance despite all the hardships and dangers. The commander of the Knights realizes that their bond is strong and they are willing to go to any lengths to protect each other. Mutual support and loyalty become the foundation of their strength, making them an invincible team capable of facing any challenge. Knight Ralph was contemplating a possible eyeball transplant to help Lane with a worried expression. He looked tense while his thoughts were preoccupied with this problem. At this time, an unexpected event occurred that distracted him. Lane was leading a group of knights, and they were discussing the difficult situation with her eyes. Ralph was explaining that her treatment might require the removal of her eyeballs. This news stunned everyone, and they didn't know how to help Lane cope. The two knights tried to cheer Lane up by promising that when they got there they could eat and get some rest. They also offered their help with her luggage to make her journey easier. Their kind words brought smiles to their faces despite the tense situation. Lane, immersed in her thoughts, listened carefully to their words. She was grateful for the support, but her worry about the condition of her eyes never left her. She realized that she had a difficult journey ahead of her. Ralph called Lane's name, trying to get her attention. Lane turned around when she heard the familiar voice and saw the worried faces of her companions. She tried not to show her anxiety and smiled back. Sunlight brightened Lane's face as she stated her name was Ella Lane, not the Huntress. Her confident smile inspired faith in her strength and determination. It was her real name that she wanted to be remembered by. The knights looked at her with respect and admiration. They realized that their leader possessed not only strength, but also a strong spirit. Lane continued to inspire them by her example, despite all the difficulties. One of the knights joked about whether or not he could call Lane baby. Lane, smiling slightly, replied that he was already called that. Her words caused laughter amongst the group and helped diffuse the tense atmosphere. The group arrived at the castle where a new challenge awaited them. They knew that their mission was not yet complete, and they would have to work hard to succeed. The castle walls towered before them, reminding them of the battles to come. Inside the castle, they were greeted by knights in armor. Both groups exchanged glances, ready for further action. Lane stood at the head of her group, showing that they were ready for new challenges and would not back down in the face of danger. Clive, along with his two companions, looked forward worriedly. Their faces express anxiety and confusion, as if they have encountered something unexpected and frightening. This moment, full of tension, makes their hearts beat faster. Someone places a hand on Clive's head, and he is clearly surprised and embarrassed by the gesture. A drop of sweat breaks out on his face, and he looks discouraged. The Duke's emotions suggest that the situation is out of his control. The text blocks describe a difficult and dangerous monster research mission on the western frontier. Clive knows that this is an extremely dangerous assignment, but he has been chosen for this particular mission. The research is crucial to the fate of the Empire. Clive sits on the bed and reads the letter. He looks serious and focused, immersed in thought. The Duke realizes the gravity of his mission and understands that it is he who is entrusted with this difficult and responsible task. Clive's gaze is full of doubts. He ponders the strangeness of what is happening, trying to find an explanation. His face expresses anxiety and bewilderment, and he seems to suspect something wrong. Clive studies the report, unsure of its authenticity. The doubt in his eyes grows even stronger, and he begins to realize that there is more behind it than meets the eye. Duke Clive reflects on the fact that the problem is not that they didn't want to write the report, but that they couldn't. He realizes that the Empire has been neglectful and feels an oppressive hopelessness in the situation. Clive realizes that his situation is compounded by the indifference of the higher-ups. Clive is contemplating how he should handle the situation when James, the Knight Commander, and Lane begin discussing Gerard Acelanus. Lane is clearly annoyed by his action and expresses her feelings rather harshly and frankly. Clive feels the tension building. Lane, expressing her outrage, says that she knew of Gerard's stupidity but didn't expect him to be so stupid. Her words shock those present, which is emphasized by the cartoonish reactions of the knights, who can't believe what they've heard. The situation heats up. Clive tries to understand how a simple hunter could speak so unflatteringly of the Crown Prince. He is distraught and worried about the repercussions of the incident, realizing that it could lead to serious problems for everyone. Clive feels his responsibility increasing. Lane continues in her remarks, calling the prince an idiot for the way he keeps an eye on the border. She believes she has spoken the truth, but the knights are shocked at such boldness and cannot hide their surprise. Lane is confident that she is right and is not afraid to express her opinion. James is concerned that Lane is disrespecting the imperial family. Lane, for her part, sees nothing wrong with it, as she says it behind the prince's back rather than to his face, emphasizing her indifference to the consequences. James tries to calm her down, but to no avail. Lane asks rhetorically if anyone from the imperial family is here, emphasizing that her words can't hurt them directly. This further confuses the others, making them wonder about her words. The redhead holds herself confidently, not paying attention to the reactions of those around her. James can't believe Lane said such a thing, and it causes him confusion. Lane continues to insist that she is right, confident in her position, and not afraid to express her thoughts. This adds to the tension of the situation. Clive hears Lane's words and feels the tension building. He realizes that the situation requires an immediate solution, but he doesn't know how to act yet, feeling pressure from all sides. His thoughts are confused, and he struggles to find the right way out. Lane turns to Clive, drawing his attention to what is happening. Clive realizes that he has a decision to make, but doesn't know how to act in this situation yet, feeling that every mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. A man with black hair, Clive, puts a metal hand to his forehead, unhappy with the conversation. He advises his companions to stop discussing to avoid misunderstandings. Clive looks tired and irritated. Lane, a woman with golden hair, is surprised and defensive, claiming that she said nothing objectionable. Her cheerful expression contrasts with the seriousness of the situation, which makes Clive even more annoyed. Clive sternly asks who is in charge. One of the knights, apparently the commander, shyly raises his hand and says that he is in charge of the squad. There is excitement on his face. The commander introduces himself as Edmund Jensen and apologizes for the delay in greeting him. He explains that they are a border patrol. Clive listens to him with an impenetrable expression. Clive introduces himself as Duke Clive Winterlock, which commands the respect and excitement of those present. His reputation is probably known to all, and his appearance here is of significant importance. Clive wonders if the entire troop is here. Edmund explains that some of the squad is now fighting monsters, which shows the tense situation on the border. Clive, estimating the number of remaining soldiers, concludes that there are about 30 men in the squad. He thinks about the current state of affairs and possible actions. Clive wonders if he is comfortable managing such a large number of men. The commander replies that although there are not enough people to repair the damaged areas and buildings, they are trying to do the best they can. Edmund continues that most of the squad members are experienced, which allows them to handle different types of monsters. However, sometimes there are higher-level monsters, which makes their task more difficult. The commander recognizes that the situation is difficult and requires additional resources. He hopes that with the Duke's help, they will be able to deal with the current threats and restore order to the frontier. More often than not, people flee to avoid being wounded or killed. One of the warriors, gripped by panic, tries to explain this to his comrades. This creates a tense atmosphere where everyone feels danger and uncertainty. Suddenly, a stranger with golden hair appears, and one of the warriors, stunned, asks who she is. The stranger irritably replies that this whole situation is an abomination. This statement causes discontent among the warriors and escalates the situation. The warrior indignantly states that he is doing his best to keep an eye on things, and the stranger criticizes his efforts. The situation escalates and an argument breaks out between the two, which becomes increasingly bitter and emotional. The stranger explains that she was talking about armor and weapons, not people. This causes confusion among the warriors, who begin to discuss their current resources and how they can improve them to be ready for battle. She asks if the warriors really bought it all with money. One of the warriors replies that all the equipment was given to them when they arrived. The warriors consider replacing their old weapons with new ones, but realize they do not have the funds. The stranger suggests selling the monsters they have killed to get money for new weapons and equipment. However, the warriors explain that all the slain monsters must be sent to the imperial palace, which complicates their situation. A stranger insists that if they keep a couple monsters for themselves, the imperial family won't notice. This makes the warriors wonder about the possibilities of this plan and causes a slight stir. The warrior recognizes that even if they take a few monsters for themselves, they have nowhere to sell them since no humans will risk coming here to buy them. This causes them additional frustration and doubt in the stranger's plan. The warriors begin to wonder who this stranger is who is offering such risky ideas. She introduces herself as Ella Lane, which raises even more questions for the warriors and increases the intrigue in their dialogue. Ella Lane explains her point of view, but the warriors remain confused. She continues to confidently offer her solutions, hoping that the warriors will accept her suggestions and be able to improve their situation. Lane, a monster hunter and guide, talks about her experiences with the monsters she has encountered over the past 3 years. She admits that most of the time she hasn't done much of anything, only occasionally helping others. Lane talks about her tasks, one of which is training the people on the squad and completing the monster book. She emphasizes the importance of working together and shares her plans for the future. She explains that they need to train the people first, then work on repairing buildings and buying new weapons and equipment. All of this is necessary to successfully fight the monsters. Lane points out that once these tasks are completed, all efforts will be focused on speeding up monster research. She is convinced that this will help to better understand and defeat enemies. She encourages her comrades to cooperate as they all share the same goal. This inspires the squad members, and they are willing to work together for a common cause. Suddenly, Lane is interrupted when Clive, the Duke, covers her mouth with his hand. He reminds her of the importance of the Crown Prince and other pressing matters. Clive instructs Commander Jensen to show the knights where they can be stationed. This is to coordinate and successfully accomplish the tasks ahead. Lane, meanwhile, ponders the need to interact with other units and prepares for further action. Her single-mindedness and determination inspire those around her. Commander Jensen receives instructions from Clive and begins to put the knights in their places. This helps keep the squad organized and in order. Lane reminds one of the knights to help Sir Miller and assures him that she will send someone to help if needed. Her attention to detail and concern for each squad member builds team spirit. Lane left the room, waving her arms angrily, Clive following her, muttering quietly under his breath. Their conversation had ended in a misunderstanding, and now Lane was furious. Clive tried to figure out what had gone wrong. James stood in the woods, expressing resentment at his decisions. He felt that he had made a mistake by supporting someone unworthy, and now that realization was tormenting him. Clive realized the truth and his face petrified. He couldn't believe what he had heard. It was a serious blow to his beliefs, and he tried to make sense of the situation. The sky was clear, but Clive's inner doubts were gathering clouds. He was trying to figure out why things had happened the way they did, asking questions that had no easy answers. Lane and Clive sat on the ground, each with his own load. Lane claimed she was telling the truth, but the reaction of those around her was strange. Clive couldn't figure out what exactly had caused that reaction. Clive gripped the edge of the table, feeling relieved that they were far away from the Imperial Palace. Only luck had saved them from more serious consequences. Clive explained to Lane that if they had been closer to the palace, their family would have been imprisoned for insulting the Imperial family. Lane looked at him in surprise, not realizing the seriousness of the situation. One of the knights was shocked at what he heard. Imperial family and insult were words that did not leave him indifferent. He was shocked to the core. When asked by the knight about what had happened, Lane tried to explain the situation. She felt she had to tell the truth, despite the possible consequences for their team. The young knight with blue hair was trying to understand what was going on. He was surprised and puzzled by the situation, his gaze expressing bewilderment. The events were moving too fast for him. Lance, sitting on the crates, looks frightened. He is clearly hiding something from those around him, his eyes expressing fear and anxiety as he contemplates how to proceed. Lance realizes that his situation has become quite dangerous. Lane, looking at Lance in surprise, tries to understand what is going on. Her face expresses genuine surprise and interest in what is happening. She realizes that something important has happened and wants answers to her questions. Lane and her companion find Lance by the wagon and ask him questions. They want to know why he is hiding and is not where he is supposed to be. The situation becomes tense and Lance feels cornered. Lance explains that the carriage left without him and he didn't know what to do. His voice shakes with fear and worry, but he tries to explain his actions and the situation he found himself in. Lance relates that the wounded knight suddenly rushed in, pushed him out of the carriage, and he had to ride in the wagon. His story elicits mixed feelings from Lane and her companion. Lane asks who Lance is. Her companion explains that he is a mage named Lance Fort, who has received support from the Duke of Winterlock. Lance is involved in destroying monsters and healing knights. Lance confusedly tells them that he has been concocting potions to heal wounds. His confusion and uncertainty is evident on his face, but he tries to hold firm in front of Lane and her companion. Lance explains that he has already prepared about 100 bottles of the potion. His efforts draw approval from Lane's companion, who praises Lance for the work he has done. Lane, turning to Lance, asks for his help. She explains that she has some cooking to do and hopes for his help. Lance listens to her request, realizing that he has something important to do. Lance agrees to help Lane, promising to do his best. His determination and desire to help is evident in his eyes, and he is ready to take on a new task despite his previous fears and doubts. Lance, a purple-haired mage, enthusiastically agrees to help, though Lane has yet to explain what she needs. His genuine joy causes her slight confusion, but she decides to continue as his energy and willingness to take on new challenges seems infectious to her. Lane reminds Lance that she hasn't told him the details. Lance ignores this and exclaims that he doesn't care, as long as it's something new, because he's tired of making potions. Her uncertainty is replaced by a smile, looking at his enthusiasm. Lane looks at Lance thoughtfully, pondering his words. She decides to seize the moment and ask him for a favor, which piques his interest. In that moment, she realizes that she can rely on him to accomplish her mission. Lane has gathered a group of knights who are surprised to notice her presence. She is here to prepare them to destroy the monsters, which raises quite a few questions for the knights. Whispers are heard all around, and all eyes are on her. Lane begins her address to the knights, trying to get their attention. She makes the opening remark that some of them may have already heard of her arrival. Her confident voice and posture inspires respect and interest in all those gathered. She introduces herself as Ella Lane, a monster hunter. Her job is to train knights as per her contract with Duke Winterlock. This piques the interest of those present, and they begin to realize the seriousness of her mission. Lane warns the knights that she won't care if they cry, so they better try their best. This adds to the seriousness of her words and makes the knights pull themselves together as they prepare for the challenge ahead. She mentions that she will have a man assisting her in training the knights, adding to the intrigue. This man, Lance, piques the curiosity of the knights. Everyone begins to wonder what kind of help he can offer and what his role is. Some of the knights notice Lance and wonder who he is. They discuss seeing him for the first time and try to figure out if he is a mage. The whispers and peaks intensify, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Lance remains slightly in the shadows, watching the reaction of the knights. His mysterious presence heightens the atmosphere, adding uncertainty and anticipation. He prepares to step into the role and show what he can do along with Lane. Lane warns everyone not to get too close and promises to teach them how to kill arthropod monsters. She confidently explains that they will learn all the techniques and tips they need to fight these creatures today. Lane asks if her listeners have ever encountered Cora or Armadillo monsters. She knows that they can be quite dangerous and wants the group to be prepared for any surprises in battle. She tells them that these creatures are pesky critters that attack by curling up into balls and defending themselves with their shells. Lane warns of their defense mechanisms. Lance, a purple-haired mage, enters the conversation and adds his remarks. He emphasizes the importance of magical knowledge when facing monsters and shares his observations. Meanwhile, the warriors begin to notice a huge spherical monster approaching. They realize that danger is near and prepare for battle by arming themselves and taking up defensive positions. Lane appeals to her team to be careful and take their time. She wants them to put what they have learned into practice and tackle the enemy using all their skills. A monster attacks unexpectedly, and Lane demands that her warriors try to defeat it. She gives clear instructions for everyone to act coherently and not to put themselves at unnecessary risk. Lance reassures everyone by stating that if they encounter the monster, it will disappear. He tries to instill confidence in his comrades so that they don't lose their fighting spirit. One of the warriors is outraged that Lance didn't warn them in advance. He yells at the mage, expressing his frustration at the surprise of the attack, and demands an explanation. Lane proceeds to explain the tactics of victory. She tells him that the arthropod's magic stone is located in the middle of its forehead and is not difficult to find. Hitting that spot will result in a quick victory. Lane faces a challenge during a training session. Her charge, a young warrior, expresses bewilderment at her failed move. Lane remains calm and answers him in the affirmative, acknowledging his doubts. For clarity, Lane uses a model, marking with a red dot the exact location of the blow. Her techniques and explanations are so precise that the young warriors can find the exact point on their own. But the dot is so small that it is hard to see. The young warrior expresses doubts whether he is ready to face the monsters if he finds it difficult to see such a small dot. Lane, showing his confidence, replies that avoiding monsters because of difficulty seeing is not an option. There comes a moment of training when the warriors are faced with a real threat. They panic, realizing that their skills are not yet sufficient to overcome the obstacles. One of them begins to run, gripped by fear. Watching what is happening, Lane has confidence in her charges. She continues to monitor the training, waiting for her students to overcome their fears and doubts. At this moment, Clive, the black-haired Duke, is watching intently from the castle window. He seems to be evaluating Lane's actions and her training techniques. Clive summons one of his subordinates and shares his observations. He is interested in how the training is going and how effectively Lane is training her underlings. Clive informs him that he has read the report that the subordinate has compiled, and now he needs to assess its validity and accuracy. His face expresses concentration and determination to figure out what is going on. Lane continues her training without losing confidence in her charges. She is determined to see them through to success despite all the difficulties. The commander informs Duke Clive that the report is missing many details. He regrets the shortcomings and explains that this is the first time he is writing the report. His hands are shaking, and he tries to cope with the excitement, realizing that his labor has not been perfect. Clive listens intently and asks if the commander has provided documentation to the Imperial Palace before. The young commander apologizes and explains that this is his first time facing such a task. He has never been responsible for writing reports before. The commander explains that this is the first time their unit has been asked for a report. He adds that the previous commander never received such requests. Clive realizes that the situation is not an easy one for the young commander. Clive asks how long the commander has held his position. The commander replies that he has only been in office for 4 days. Duke is surprised at such a short tenure and begins to realize the extent of the problem. The Duke asks what happened to the previous commander of the guard. The young commander explains that his predecessor was killed by a monster. Clive is stunned by this news and realizes the gravity of the situation. The young commander goes on to say that the monster attacked suddenly and the previous commander died instantly. This tragedy was the reason for the urgent appointment of a new commander who had not had time to prepare properly. The commander explains that after the death of the previous commander, he had to take on many responsibilities. He admits that he was unable to prepare the report properly due to the heavy workload and limited time. Duke Clive listens to the young commander's story with understanding. He sees that the new commander has had to face tremendous challenges. Despite everything, he tries to fulfill his duties as best as he can. The commander apologizes for all the flaws in the report. He explains that he had to take care of many other things and that it affected the quality of his work. He is sincerely sorry for what happened. Clive, showing wisdom and leadership qualities, decides to give the young commander a chance to correct the mistakes. He realizes that the commander needs support and experience to become a worthy leader of his unit. Duke Clive asks one of his knights if monsters often invade their lands. The knight replies that this is the first time this has ever happened. He also admits that he has often encountered monsters, but has never seen them in such a frenzy as if they had gone mad. Duke Clive reassures his subordinates, saying that they have done well and everything will be fine now. However, the knight notices that a lot has changed, and it does not leave him indifferent. On the training ground, Lane demonstrates her skills, showing how to properly attack a huge monster. Her confidence and skill impress the warriors watching her, giving them hope for the future. Clive reflects on how much they have been able to accomplish because of Lane. He is grateful for her help, realizing that without her, they would not have been able to achieve such success against the monsters. Knight recalls that it was thanks to Lane that they were able to get to this place and calls her a true savior. He admires her skills and leadership abilities, recognizing her contribution to their success. Clive decides to order new armor for the guards and renovate the building to prepare for possible new monster attacks. He is willing to do whatever it takes to protect his lands and people. Hard thinking about what would have happened if Lane hadn't been with them leads Clive to the conclusion that their mission could have ended in failure before they even reached the western border. They owe their success to her. The knight recognizes that thanks to Lane, they were able to survive the hard times and make it to this safe place. He is grateful to her and the Duke for their leadership and determination. Clive reflects that there are many more changes and challenges ahead, but thanks to Lane's support and courage, they will be able to face any challenges. His confidence in her boosts the spirit of the entire team. Lane continues to train the warriors, inspiring them by her example. Her determination and fighting skills become the key to their success in future battles with monsters, giving everyone hope for a better future. The hero sits at his desk and reflects on his work. He realizes that he must try to perform his duties to the best of his ability. His determination is visible in every movement, and he is ready for new challenges. Clive announces the upcoming budget meeting. His confident and focused look emphasizes the importance of the upcoming discussion. He is ready to consider all aspects and make tough decisions. The meeting begins in the conference room. All participants are seated around a large round table. Commander James takes the floor, trying to organize everyone and start discussing current issues. The atmosphere is tense and businesslike. Lane takes a seat in a chair and grudgingly asks why she was called in. Her irritation and fatigue is evident on her face. She doesn't understand why she should be involved in a discussion of financial matters that she has little interest in. Lane mentally complains about the meetings, thinking they are a waste of time. She thinks about the fact that instead of constructive suggestions, they only discuss unnecessary details. Her dissatisfaction is growing by the minute. The accountant voices a question about the budget for the purchase of weapons. Lane, sitting across from her, is clearly bored and shows her irritation. She feels that such matters should be handled without her input. The man with green hair explains that there is no separate budget for weapons. The funds allocated by the imperial family go to food and barrier repairs, leaving little room for other expenses. This causes sighs and discontent in the audience. Lane is outraged to learn that they have no money for important needs. She vehemently expresses her displeasure and lack of understanding of the situation. Her emotions are running high, and she cannot hide her disappointment at what she has heard. Clive calmly explains that additional funds can be obtained through the patronage of a noble family. He assures Lane that Duke Winterlock can grant their request if they approach the matter correctly. Lane, not believing in a successful solution, suggests that the venture be abandoned. Her words are full of skepticism and disappointment. She sees no point in continuing the discussion. Her look and tone make her position clear. The Night Council is gathered in a stone room to discuss important matters. Lane, a young woman with golden hair, sat at the table with her arms crossed over her chest. She was surrounded by the Knight's commander, James, and the bookkeeper, who listened intently to her proposal. Lane expressed her confidence that they had a chance of getting sponsorship and questioned what they were going to do next. She wanted to hear the opinions of her peers to determine the best path forward for their group. The accountant raised the question of logistics. If they wanted to purchase weapons or other necessary items, how did they plan to do so if there was no market nearby? He doubted that their plans were realistic and expressed concern. James added that even if it took a year to buy everything they needed, they could be an easy target for looters. His concern increased when he thought of the possible consequences of waiting so long. Another knight expressed his fear that hiring more people would be a useless waste. He emphasized that even if the matter was resolved quickly, everything would take at least a month, given the various circumstances. Lane realized that their plan needed not only money, but also space to spend it. She contemplated creating a safe zone where they could not only spend money, but also earn it. Clive, the Duke, asked Lane if she had a solution to this problem. He wanted to know how well she had thought out her plan, and if he could really help them get out of the situation. Lane confidently stated that she had a solution. She suggested opening a black market, which caused surprise and confusion among the knights. They hadn't expected such a bold and unexpected suggestion. James looked at Lane with disbelief and asked if she was serious in proposing to open a black market. His facial expression and tone of voice betrayed his skepticism and concern. Lane, despite her colleagues' skepticism, was determined. She didn't understand why everyone was reacting this way to her proposal and was willing to defend her idea, believing it to be the best solution to their current problems. James, the commander of the Knights, questioned whether the proposal was an effective solution. Lane, with golden hair, suggests that although the idea is questionable, it could be beneficial. However, James is still not convinced. At the tavern, Clive the Duke explains to Lane and James that selling materials from monsters on the black market could help improve their budget. Lane clarifies that the black market is illegal, which makes James uneasy. Listening to Clive, the other two men, an accountant and his co-worker, express their surprise and bewilderment as they have been hunting for a long time. They discuss that despite experience, there is always risk. Clive emphasizes that they are in no position to decide what is legal and what is illegal. He reminds them of the current situation and the need to make difficult decisions for survival. Lane explains that more money will provide better weapons to destroy the monsters. She recognizes the illegality of the method, but sees it as a way to increase the chances of success against the monsters. James isn't sure if he can convince the Duke of the validity of their plan. He realizes that many people's lives are at stake, and that risks must be considered when making a decision. However, after assessing all the risks, James offers to open the black market in his own name if the Duke does not object. This will allow them to acquire the resources they need without being directly tied to the Duke. Lane is taken aback by James's proposal. She doesn't understand why she would use her name to open a black market, believing it to be a wrong and dangerous move. James tries to explain to Lane that this is their best chance for survival and success. He is willing to risk his name for a common goal despite the dangers. Their discussion continues, but James remains firm in his decision. He is willing to take the risk, believing it is the best way out of the situation and a chance to protect the people. James, commander of the Knights, scolds Lane indignantly, accusing her of not understanding the seriousness of the situation and foreshadowing her responsibility for possible failures. Clive, the Duke, discreetly observes the tense scene, ready to intervene. Lane internally confesses to committing multiple crimes, but Clive angrily points out that this is nothing to be proud of. The situation escalates, and a sharp confrontation full of hidden emotions ensues between the two. Clive warns Lane of the high risks associated with her actions. Lane is anxiously aware of the possible consequences, showing her concern for the outcome of the mission and her willingness to make tough decisions. Clive expresses his desire for Lane to avoid problems as much as possible. He persistently tries to convey to her the importance of caution and strategic thinking in the current situation. Lane listens attentively, showing a muted reaction to Clive's words. Her face expresses a mixture of determination and doubt, emphasizing the complexity of her decisions and her responsibility to the team. Clive points out the inevitability of the situation becoming more complicated if Lane doesn't make the right decision. He asks a rhetorical question, forcing her to think more deeply about the current dilemma and its possible outcomes. Lane ponders possible survival scenarios without normal weapons or food. She realizes that any mistakes could have disastrous consequences for her squad. She approaches Clive about a safer route, hoping for his wisdom and support. Lane shows her determination and drive to ensure the well-being of her troop despite the odds. Clive, despite his stern words, expresses his willingness to help Lane avoid danger. He makes it clear that her success is important to him, and he will do his best to support her. Lane is relieved by Clive's support and shows her willingness to act. She resolutely prepares for the mission, knowing that she has a trusted ally in the Duke. Lane is adamant that regardless of the legality of the action, it must be carried out. Clive listens to her, understanding the gravity of the situation and realizing that their actions could have serious consequences. Smiling, Lane agrees to the proposal, her confidence and determination making Clive think about the future. Her courage and determination inspire confidence and instill confidence in the success of their venture. The next day, the young accountant announces that he will send a letter to find out about the start of the black market. This could happen in a couple days. He realizes that their plan depends on the accuracy of this information. Lane asks the question, why do they need to take an axe? Her unexpected suggestion causes surprise among the others. Everyone looks at her, waiting for an explanation, realizing that there is some important reason behind it. Clive explains that dangerous people might be encountered on the black market. The accountant's face expresses concern, but he decides to help. Clive is prepared for possible dangers and wants to protect his allies. Clive suggests that the problems in the black market are related to price stabilization. He suggests that everyone walk together when the time comes. He needs everyone to be prepared for contingencies and act together. Lane worries that Clive will be too conspicuous. Clive assures her that he will wear a robe to hide his identity. He knows that his presence could draw unnecessary attention and make their task more difficult. James, the Knight's commander, is surprised by Lane's determination. She has taken risks to achieve her goals, and this impresses him. He begins to respect her for her courage and determination despite the dangers. Lane explains that despite the illegality of the black market, it's the best way now. She adds that she herself will open the market in her own name. Her willingness to take responsibility inspires the others to take action. James looks at Lane thoughtfully, surprised by her boldness. He never thought she could take such a risk. Now he realizes that she would do anything to achieve her goals and protect her loved ones. Lane reflects on her earlier suspicions. Clive does turn out to be a good man. She decides to knock on the door to make sure. James, worried about what is happening, stands at the door, not realizing who has come to see them and for what purpose. When Lane, James, and Clive meet James, confused by the sudden visit, turns to the Duke to ask what is going on. Clive is clearly surprised and somewhat embarrassed by Lane's sudden appearance, but tries to remain calm. Lane confidently enters Clive's office and leans over his desk, clearly intending to discuss something extremely important. The atmosphere becomes tense as James tries to figure out what is going on between them. Lane and Clive begin a serious and tense conversation. James, watching their interaction, expresses his surprise and incomprehension about the situation. His reaction conveys the seriousness of what is happening. Events are redirected to a moment an hour before. There is a premonition that something important and significant will happen in the castle that may change the current state of affairs and the fate of all involved. There is a dangerous encounter with a huge monster in the forest. Lane and Clive, gathering all their courage and determination, prepare for battle with this formidable creature, demonstrating their readiness to fight. Clive gives a clear order to his knights to prepare for battle with the monster. The knights, while confused, have no idea how they will be able to overpower such a huge creature, but have faith in their leader. It becomes obvious that the battle will be difficult and intense. The knights doubt their strength, but realize that the outcome of the whole event depends on their actions. They prepare for the decisive battle, realizing the importance of their every move. Lane and Ralph, sitting on a tree branch, discuss how they will find the magic stone. They realize that it is not an easy task, and they will have to find a way to do it. Lane offers to come down and help with the search. Ralph refuses Lane's help, reminding her that she cannot participate in the hunt. Lane feels disappointed as she thinks she could have been useful in this mission. Lane, observing the other hunters, resents their failures. She yells that this is their 6th attempt and they have failed to kill a single monster. Lane wonders why she is not allowed to participate in the hunt. Ralph continues his search, wondering where the monster's magic stone might be located. Lane assumes that the stone is on the monster's forehead, but it is actually on its right front paw. Lane, seeing the hunters continue their unsuccessful attempts, is frustrated. She thinks about how much easier it would be if she could just tell them where the stone is, since she can see it. She decides not to reveal her secret, lest she irritate the hunters even more. Lane remembers catching monsters herself and how much noise it made. Lane wonders why she is not allowed to participate in the hunt, because even when she asks others about it, they purposely change the subject. She is convinced that she can be useful in this endeavor. Lane walks up to Ralph and, lifting him from his seat, tells him she can't do this anymore. Ralph is surprised and asks Lane what she's going to do. Lane decisively throws herself into the fray by jumping from a tree branch, fighting the monster. She shows her strength and determination in the battle, eager to prove her usefulness and skill. Lane strikes the decisive blow by destroying the magic stones hidden in the monster's body. She shows that despite all inhibitions, her skills and abilities are indispensable in the fight against danger. 2 men look up fearfully while a woman with golden hair standing on a branch of a tall tree takes a shot, but seems to be lucky. The men below scream in surprise and panic. The golden-haired woman walks away despite the protests of one of the men, who shouts that the hunt is not over. She walks away confidently without turning around, showing that the situation is under control. She continues on her way, with determination written all over her face. Her task is clear, and she is ready to fulfill it, despite any obstacles that may come her way. A building with a tower rises against a sunny sky, creating an atmosphere of an important event. Inside the building, a man with black hair sits at a desk, immersed in his work. A woman bursts into the room, the man raising his head from his papers. Her determination is noticeable even from a distance. She clearly intends to communicate something important. She walks confidently up to the man, a look of fatigue on his face. He is ready to listen to her, but it is clear that the conversation will not be easy. Her determination only grows stronger. She tells him that she will participate in the hunt despite his attempts to convince her to stay. She has something to prove, and she will not back down in the face of adversity. The man agrees, albeit reluctantly. He explains that she will need to be a guide as they have enough men to hunt monsters. Her anger flares up and she doesn't hold back her emotions. She loudly declares that she is tired of the restrictions and is willing to take on any task to prove her strength. The woman is left alone with her thoughts, preparing herself for the trials to come. Her determination is unwavering, and she is ready to fight for her place in this world despite all obstacles. Lane, eyes glittering furiously, informed Clive of the disturbance in his domain. She knelt on his desk, holding him by the collar, showing her determination and indignation. Her voice was full of emotion and insistence, demanding immediate action. Clive was stunned by Lane's sudden outburst of emotion. His face became tense. He didn't know how to react to her words. His gaze became cold, but in the depths of his eyes there was concern and surprise at her words. Lane, realizing she was too close, stepped back to give Clive a chance to come to his senses and assess the situation. She looked at him expectantly, hoping to see understanding and agreement in his eyes. She remembered that Emma, like the Crown Prince, was also blonde, but her hair was not as rich in color. That fact made her think about how appearances affected people's perceptions and attitudes. Lane turned to Clive again, calling him by name and demanding an answer, which emphasized her persistence and determination to solve problems. Her voice sounded firm, and she wasn't going to back down from her goal. Clive, still sitting in his chair, firmly refused Lane's request. His face was impenetrable, making it clear that he wasn't going to change his mind. Lane felt a chill of disappointment, but she didn't back down. Lane exploded with indignation, her voice full of indignation. She demanded an explanation from Clive, not understanding why he was doing this. Her eyes burned with a desire for truth and justice. Clive replied that the problem wasn't what Lane was talking about, but another deeper issue that she hadn't yet realized. His words were cryptic, and Lane felt even more confused. At that moment, James, the commander of the Knights, entered the room. He asked a question directed toward Lane, which drew her attention away from Clive. His presence added tension to the atmosphere. Lane and Clive looked at each other, not knowing how to react to James's presence. The atmosphere in the room became tense as everyone waited to see what would happen next. Lane realized that the situation was becoming more and more confusing. Lane shouted indignantly at Clive and James, accusing them of what they were doing. Clive, covering his face with his hand, tries to make sense of the situation, while James desperately explains that it's all a misunderstanding and they've got it wrong. James nervously tries to justify himself to Lane, but Lane gets even angrier, rebuking him for something the two of them have done. Clive, a little embarrassed, agrees with Lane, trying to calm things down. Clive covers his face with his hand and Lane looms over him threateningly, accusing him of misunderstanding. He pleads not to take them the wrong way, assuring them that nothing has happened. James tries desperately to back up his words. Lane blushes with anger and frustration, clearly not believing Clive and James' excuses. She looks angry and ready to continue the argument, but still doubts their words. Lane, gritting her teeth, declares that she has no intention of leaving the situation unaddressed in any case. She resolutely puts her hand down on the table, making it clear that she won't rest until she finds out the truth. James confidently states that he's going to hunt, to which Clive emphatically replies, "No." Lane indignantly asks why he's not allowed to hunt, clearly disagreeing with that decision. Clive calmly explains that it's not about a lack of men, but that they need to gain experience. He says that if the men are properly trained, they can hunt monsters without putting themselves in danger. Lane asks, surprised, since when did Clive start placing so much importance on laws? He recalls that they even dared to open a black market, emphasizing that law has always been a flexible concept for them. Clive, stroking the flowers, looks thoughtful and concerned. He recognizes that the situation is complex and requires a cautious approach. Lane, meanwhile, listens intently, clearly trying to understand what he means. Lane, feeling Clive's gaze on her, realizes he's right. She grudgingly admits her mistake and states that it's unfair to be looked at that way, showing that she's willing to reconsider her actions. Lane, gloved, carefully turns a round disc in the wall, and the hidden door with a sharp click begins to slowly open, revealing a way into an uncharted part of the castle. She knows there are dangers ahead of her, but she is ready to go all the way. With determination in her eyes, Lane replies that despite any dangers, she will intervene and protect others no matter how much Clive tries to stop her. She is confident in her abilities and is willing to take risks for her friends. James discusses with Clive their next steps, noting that it hasn't turned out to be as complicated as he thought, and suggesting that Lane be allowed to participate in the hunt. He sees potential in her and believes in her abilities. Clive agrees with James, adding that it will be good for the knights to see how to act and deal with monsters, emphasizing that Lane's participation could be beneficial. He hopes that her experience will help them all. Clive hesitates, recognizing James's point, but worries, since Lane is the only guide who knows the way through dangerous territories. He doesn't want to lose her at such an important time. Lane decisively declares her participation in the hunt. She is ready to face any dangers that may arise along the way. Her determination inspires the others. Looking boldly ahead, Lane declares herself a temporary instructor and offers to open a black market to resupply and be ready for anything. She knows they can't survive without it. Clive, sitting in his chair, tenses at the mention of the black market, but agrees to the suggestion, realizing the necessity of such a decision. He hopes it will help them prepare for the trials ahead. Meanwhile, Winan and James are discussing the latest news in the village. James asks Winan if he has heard about the black market, to which he reluctantly responds, clearly disapproving of the idea. Upon learning of the opening of the black market, Winan expresses his displeasure, but James laughs, emphasizing that he knows Winan well as a noble and polite hunter who always acts with dignity. Despite his protests, they decide to act together. Winan was about to leave, but was stopped by the news of one Ella Lane. At first he didn't show much interest, but then rumors of her connection to the black market caught his attention. This made him stop and think, for such news could not go unheeded. Winan's opponent asks if he's not interested in the news about Ella Lane, and Winan freezes, realizing that he's missed important information. He realizes that the rumors could be important to his mission, and his interest grows. The rumors say that Ella Lane is opening a black market near the western border. Winan is stunned and begins to question her motives and plans. This information opens up new vistas and opportunities for him. Winan is surprised that Lane has something to do with the black market. He is puzzled and wants to know more about what is going on. This news clearly contradicts his previous ideas about it. His rival confidently tells him that he has heard rumors that Lane is actually planning to trade on the black market. Winan begins to realize that the situation is more complicated than he thought. Winan insists on details, and his interlocutor, smiling, tells him that the rumors are confirmed. Lane is going to sell the Claws of Quoria. This news brings mixed feelings to Winan. The interlocutor adds that Winan should have known by now that Lane does not trade on the black market, but the rumors continue. Winan realizes that he has to look into these rumors and find out the truth. If these are indeed Quoria's claws, the black market will be packed with people interested in buying them. This increases the importance of his mission and makes the task more difficult. A brightly lit scene is presented, with many hands reaching for some object that confirms the seriousness of the rumors of the sale of the Quoria claws. Winan sees that the situation is becoming increasingly tense. Winan, upon hearing this, realizes that he will have to face many people hunting for these valuable artifacts. He prepares himself for the coming trials, realizing that his every move will now be worth its weight in gold. Winan clenches his fist, thinking deeply about the next important task ahead of him. He is determined to act despite the challenges ahead. He remembers that the other boys are also involved in this situation, which adds to his excitement. The thought of them makes him anxious and makes him focus on the action ahead. Winan thanks someone for the information and immediately dashes off, holding a huge sword behind his back. His determination and perseverance leave no doubt that his intentions are serious. At the same time, Lane shouts after him, trying to figure out where he is going in such a hurry. Her shout is full of alarm and surprise. She wonders why he left her so abruptly. James, the knight's commander, points at Lane with anger and determination, demanding an explanation from her. He is clearly convinced of her guilt and demands the truth. James angrily accuses Lane of threatening the messenger, demanding an explanation. His face expresses a mixture of anger and bewilderment. He doesn't believe in her innocence. Lane is outraged by James's accusations. She assures him that she has never done anything like that, her face full of anger and frustration. She tries to defend her name. James continues to insist, claiming that the messenger went to get Lane's letter 2 days ago and never returned. He clearly thinks her words are lies and demands proof. James sarcastically points out that it makes no sense to send so far away and return so quickly, which only confirms his suspicions. His confidence in her guilt does not falter. Clive, the Duke, ironically remarks that the messenger must have been really excellent, to which a man standing nearby exclaims that Lane is shameless, adding even more tension to the situation. Lane scrutinized James, who, bleeding with sweat, handed her the letter. His shaking hands betrayed tension and fatigue. Lane, keeping her composure, only nodded, and James, trying to catch his breath, offered to take a breather before speaking. Lane, grinning slightly, thanked James for his promptness. He had arrived faster than she had expected, which made her both surprised and respectful. She accepted the letter, praising him for his efforts, and he stepped back with a sigh of relief. Clive watched the scene with interest and asked Lane if she had really threatened James to get him to hurry up. Lane indignantly replied that she would never do such a thing and asked Clive who he thought she was, defending his honor. Lane opened the letter and discovered that its sender was an important person. She hesitated, realizing the significance of the information she held in her hands. Clive asked how important the person was, and Lane confirmed his hunch. Clive, in the shadows, explained that the man was a famous person that everyone knew. He revealed that their meeting had been casual, but now it was taking on an important significance. Clive's gaze was intense, and the night sky heightened the drama of the moment. Later, Lane reported that she had received a reply from the man. The black market would open tomorrow night, and this caused everyone in the room to be filled with excitement and anticipation. Clive and James realized that this information opened up new opportunities. Clive expressed surprise that the black market could be opened so easily with just one email. Lane confirmed that Frost Irwin, a man with considerable influence and connections, had helped her. This news surprised Clive, but he remained focused. Clive went on to explain that it had been quite easy for Frost Irwin. He explained that Frost owed him a debt, which was why he had been so helpful in the case. Lane listened, realizing how important their partnership was to success. Clive asked a question related to her past mention of price stabilization. Lane nodded, confirming the connection. She talked about her contribution to the process, and Clive realized that their actions were now strategic to the overall cause. Clive, analyzing what he had heard, thought about next steps. Lane, looking at him, sensed that their team was on the verge of an important discovery. They exchanged glances, realizing that new challenges and achievements were ahead of them that would change their destinies. Lane, the girl with golden hair, announces to Clive and James to prepare for tomorrow's departure. The atmosphere is filled with tension and anticipation of the coming events, as if everyone is holding their breath in anticipation of something important and inevitable. Clive, the Duke with the black hair, thoughtfully reminds James of something important, which heightens the intrigue and preparations for the mission. Their gazes cross, full of hidden meanings and understatements, emphasizing the importance of the task ahead. James worries about what to wear for the black market trip, doubting the right choice. He offers to go instead of Clive, feeling responsible for the success of the mission and realizing how important his role is in this dangerous endeavor. Clive firmly refuses James's offer, stating that he can handle it on his own. His confidence adds tension to the scene, emphasizing his leadership qualities and his unyielding determination in the face of danger. James, trying to make sense of it, asks Clive if his decision is related to the threat to Lane. This moment emphasizes the importance of protecting the girl and triggers a wave of concern for her safety, showing their concern for each other. Clive confirms that there are other reasons for his decision, reinforcing the mystery and multi-layered nature of the plot. Their dialogue is packed with hidden meanings, creating an atmosphere of mystery and suspense. James explains that his suggestion is a precautionary measure, as illegal black market business requires special attention. This adds realism and complexity to their plans, emphasizing the risk and the need for careful preparation. Lane and James are determined that they can stop any threats. Their confidence and willingness to act make the scene dynamic and emotionally intense, instilling hope for the successful completion of the mission. James, energized by determination, prepares for the task at hand. His enthusiasm contrasts with Clive's cold calculation, emphasizing their different approaches and the diversity of their strategies, making their team more flexible and effective. Clive hopes that the cloak will help him conceal his identity, deciding to seek the help of a magician. This element of magic adds mystery and heightens interest in the unfolding of events, revealing new facets of their adventure. Clive and his Knight Commander James are discussing important matters. James informs them that something is going on in the underground laboratory. Clive agrees and decides to leave, showing his determination and confidence in his actions. As Clive leaves, James tries to stop him by calling him Duke. However, Clive ignores him and continues on his way, leaving James puzzled and worried for his lord. James, left alone, senses that something is wrong. He is concerned and decides that Clive is too excited. This makes him suspicious and wants to get to the bottom of what is going on. The next night, the setting changes. A castle is seen against the night sky, which suggests events to come. The atmosphere becomes increasingly tense and mysterious. Clive, with a determined expression on his face, stands outside. He is followed by James, who is clearly concerned. They seem to be preparing for some important and dangerous step. Lane looks determined and ready for action while her companion stands behind her. Their appearance adds intrigue and mystery. All the characters come together on the street. Lane is surprised by Clive's unusual outfit and asks about its meaning. Her words are filled with bewilderment and latent suspicion. Clive explains that the Duke gave the go-ahead for the outfit. James, incredulous, doubts his words and accuses him of lying. His disbelief is obvious and causes tension in the air. Clive backs up his words and begins to discuss with James the possibility of using the Duke's title on the black market. Their conversation is full of hidden meanings and hints. Clive stares pensively into the distance, pondering the situation and his future actions. His gaze is full of determination and inner struggle. Lane and her companion are walking through the night streets of the city. The man is surprised at Lane's preference for informal conversation. He didn't expect it could be so pleasant. The atmosphere around them is mysterious and tense, emphasizing their conversation. Lane stops in front of Clive and demands that he remove his cloak. She explains that he will attract too much attention in that cloak, which could be dangerous in their current situation. Clive reluctantly agrees, a little embarrassed. Clive recalls how the mage told him to wear this cloak for their mission. He admits that he wears it all the time, even at night. Lane mockingly remarks that Clive would wear the black robe even to his own wedding, emphasizing his affection for it. Lane asks one of her companions, Grigor, to return her cloak. He readily agrees. Clive looks a little confused, but thanks Grigor. Lane continues to examine Clive, assessing his appearance and drawing conclusions. Lane approaches Clive, noticing his blank face. She states that a true hunter should be at least a little dirty, alluding to his immaculate appearance. Clive tries to justify himself, but feels uncomfortable. Lane points at Clive, implying that he needs to immerse himself more in the real action, not just looking immaculate. She laughs, and Clive feels his heart start to beat faster. Her words leave him thoughtful and confused. Clive looks at his hands, stained with dirt, and realizes that Lane is right. Her mockery evokes mixed feelings in him, part pride, part embarrassment. He begins to realize that he needs to change his approach. Lane compares Clive to Cinderella, causing him surprise and embarrassment. She teases him as she continues to have fun. Clive doesn't understand her comparison, but tries to hide his embarrassment, hoping to understand her joke. Lane teases Clive, calling herself the evil sister since she has soiled him. Clive looks confused and doesn't know how to respond to her joke. He realizes that Lane knows how to lift his spirits, even in these situations. Together they continue on their way, discussing plans for the future. Lane says with a smile that the informal chat with Clive has been better than she expected. Clive agrees, feeling a strong bond forming between them. Lane and her companion stand side by side, preparing for the upcoming test. She is confident that everything is in order and Mr. Edmonds doesn't need to change anything. Lane, full of determination, raises her morale. James, the commander of the Knights, asks Duke Clive if he needs anything. The Duke thoughtfully replies that he doesn't need to hide his identity, showing his confidence in his abilities. Lane shows her optimistic mood by stating that her clothes will never get dirty on a hunt or elsewhere. Her confidence and energy energizes the entire team for the journey ahead. A scene is shown where Lane decisively picks up her bag. Her focus and determination inspire confidence in the successful completion of their mission. Gathering together, Lane and her team announce that they are ready to depart. Their determination and unity create an atmosphere of great adventures to come. In the market square of the town, Lane and her companions pass by merchants. Offers and announcements of goods are heard everywhere, enhancing the atmosphere of a busy marketplace. Duke Clive, slightly soiled, looks at those around him warily. He realizes the importance of disguise and tries not to stand out among the crowd so as not to attract attention. Duke Clive is amazed at how much the city has changed. He never thought that a deserted place could become so lively and vibrant, which makes him deeply admire it. Clive admiringly observes the lively atmosphere around him. His emotions show how impressed he is with what he sees and how it all affects his perception of the world. Lane remarks that they didn't expect such a turnout. The Duke confirms her words. They share a common goal and confidence in the success of the upcoming events. At the fair, under a starry sky decorated with garlands of lanterns, Lane and her team discuss the fame of one of their comrades. Lane, with fire in her eyes, hints that if she starts giving details, her mouth will hurt. Lane offers to buy things to earn seed money. One of her companions, covered in a cloak, holds up the valuable material, pondering if it would be better to sell it first. The group looks around at the fairgrounds. Lane is certain that newcomers must follow certain rules, showing confidence and experience with her gesture. Her companions are slightly puzzled. Lane approaches the merchant. His wary gaze betrays distrust. Lane confidently displays her wares, preparing for serious negotiations. Lane, holding up her bag of goods, announces that she has 30 rare leather jackets. Her confidence leaves no doubt about the quality of the goods. The merchant is surprised at the number of jackets and asks why they need so many. Lane suggests that they start by inspecting the goods to dispel any doubts. The merchant, not hiding his surprise, clarifies the price for 30 jackets. Lane keeps her cool, preparing for a tough negotiation, her face expressing determination. The merchant begins to question the benefit of the bargain. Lane, grinning, suggests he think it over, hinting that he might not find such favorable terms elsewhere. The merchant, not wanting to lose a customer, asks Lane how much she is willing to pay. Lane and her companions begin to haggle, each naming a different price, lowering it step by step. After intense negotiations, they come to an agreement. The merchant, though slightly disgruntled, agrees to Lane's offer. The deal is finalized, and the team prepares for new adventures. Clive, standing in front of a bag of gold coins, tries to negotiate with the merchant. The seller exclaims that he won't budge on a price below 20. Clive seems confused, but insists on his point. Lane, satisfied and confident, leads Clive away from the shop. The shopkeeper shouts angrily after them, demanding that they never come back. Clive looks tired, and Lane looks completely calm. Clive wonders why it's so important to buy all the things they need at once. He turns to Lane, who resolutely walks forward, oblivious to his doubts. Lane explains to Clive that each jacket will be worth 3 gold pieces after the material is sold. Clive is puzzled and tries to comprehend what he has heard. Lane is confident in her calculations. Lane warns Clive that all prices will double when the sellers find out they have money. She recalls falling for this trick once before and doesn't want to make the same mistake again. Clive agrees with Lane and suggests they continue shopping. He emphasizes that they need to buy weapons and monster traps. Lane, smiling, agrees and calls Clive Cinderella, which causes him slight confusion. Lane hands the bag of money to the seller, agreeing to pay the rest of the money after receiving the goods. Clive watches their interaction on the sidelines, a little nervous. The seller asks Lane exactly where the goods need to be shipped. Lane explains in detail that the goods are to be delivered between the guard post and the last border town, to a hut on the road to Naipaul's Gorge. The salesman wonders suspiciously if they are forming a bandit group and why they need so many weapons. Clive is confused and tries to answer, but Lane takes the lead, assuring the salesman of their intentions. Clive and Lane continue their shopping, realizing that there are many challenges ahead. But with new jackets, weapons, and monster traps, they are ready for any challenges that may come their way. Lane, a woman with golden hair, steps forward confidently, holding onto her cloak. Her determination and inner strength is evident in every movement, and the wind flutters her hair. At the weapons store, Lane receives her gear from the salesman, who bids her farewell. He is impressed with how quickly she realizes what needs to be done. On the street, Lane encounters two men. She hands them a bag of purchased materials, one of the men bantering with the other, calling him fragile. Lane reacts calmly to the situation. Lane explains that everything needed has been purchased, and now all that is left is to sell the materials. She instructs the men to stay put while she makes the deal. Clive, a hooded man with black hair, wonders why Lane calls him Cinderella. He doesn't understand the meaning of the nickname, and it leaves him perplexed. Lane explains that it's just an alias, as she can't call him by his real name here, Winterlock. She tries to hide their real names for safety. Clive still can't understand why his name seems feminine. He thinks deeply about it, which makes Lane mildly annoyed and perplexed. Lane suggests that Clive not use the name anymore, as it raises too many questions. Her request sounds like a demand to keep them incognito. Clive, realizing the gravity of the situation, suggests that Lane call him Clive. He accepts her decision and tries to support her plan. Lane, a little surprised, agrees to Clive's new alias. She appreciates his willingness to adapt and realizes the importance of secrecy in their mission. Lane, with golden hair, sits pensively, remembering her recent words to Clive when he said everything was fine. Her thoughts wander uncomfortably as she ponders her role and importance in the events that are taking place. She ponders what it feels like to call someone by their name and realizes that it doesn't make her uncomfortable. But now she's thinking about how Clive reacts to her feelings, trying to understand his true intentions and hidden emotions. Lane informs her companions that she will return after the deal. She asks them to follow her but keep their distance, showing her independence and determination. Her confidence inspires respect, but also raises questions from those around her. Clive is concerned that their acquaintance with Lane could cause problems. He believes that if it becomes known, the consequences will be unpredictable and dangerous. His anxiety grows, and he can't shake the feeling of threat. People passing by recognize Lane. They whisper among themselves, discussing her and expressing surprise that she is here. Her fame gives them mixed feelings, from admiration to envy to worry. Every time Lane passes by, the atmosphere around them changes. Clive notices this and reflects on her effect on those around her, seeing it as something special and unique. He realizes that she has a kind of magic that captures everyone around her. He realizes that the Lane he knows is not like the Lane the rest of us see. She has a special meaning and significance to him that is hard to explain. Her true nature remains a mystery, but that is what draws him in. Clive realizes that he better hurry up and follow Lane. He realizes that her actions could have unpredictable consequences, and he tries not to lose sight of her. His intuition tells him that this is critical for both of them. Her name rings in his mind as something important and momentous. He realizes that Lane is a key figure in his life, and he can't just let her go. Clive feels that his destiny is closely intertwined with hers, and he is ready to follow her to the end. Lane, against the backdrop of the sunset, is determined and confident. She is ready for new challenges and is not afraid to go forward despite all the difficulties and obstacles in her path. Her eyes are fixed on a future full of hope and opportunity. Clive, the Duke, is unexpectedly confronted by a stranger. His battered face beneath his hood makes those around him suspicious. When someone asks if everything is all right, Clive replies that he is fine, although it is obvious that something has happened to him. He tries not to give away his true emotions by hiding them under his hood. Clive's thoughts are in turmoil. He hears a voice filled with hostility, but can't identify who it is. Uncertainty and fear take over his mind, and he begins to panic. He feels that he is being watched, and this causes him to become even more anxious. Elsewhere, Lane, a woman with golden hair, asks a reasonable question. Why would anyone take an axe with them? She wonders why anyone would carry such a weapon at all. She encounters misunderstanding from those around her, but she has a good reason for such a question. Lane explains that there are people on the black market who want to kill her. Her confidence and determination is evident in her eyes, despite the dangers. She knows she needs to be careful and always be ready to attack, which is why she asks about the axe. Clive suddenly tears up from his seat, cursing to himself. His companion, concerned, shouts after him, but Clive doesn't turn around and keeps running, sensing the impending threat. He knows he must find a safe place to ponder his next actions. In the marketplace, the auction of Quarius's claws begins. People whisper excitedly, marveling at the number of claws. The atmosphere heats up, and everyone is ordered to follow the rules. Those present begin to prepare for the bidding, anticipating the opportunity to get their hands on valuable goods. Lane announces that she will sell the claws to the highest bidder. Her confidence and charisma attracts attention, and she prepares to start the bidding. She knows this is her chance to make money and keep herself safe, so she is determined to make the auction a success. One of the spectators raises his hand and loudly declares that he is willing to buy all the claws for 20 gold pieces apiece if they are real. This causes a stir among the people present. People begin to discuss the offer, trying to figure out if it's worth interrupting. The crowd begins to get excited and argue. One of the attendees exclaims, trying to keep order. However, the chaos continues to escalate, and someone suggests that the bid be outbid. People begin to raise their hands and shout out their bids, which leads to general disorder. Lane concludes there is no choice and announces the minimum bid is 1 gold. Her resolve is unyielding, and she is confident that the auction will end successfully. She is going to accept any bid to avoid further chaos and ensure the sale of the claws. Lane, with golden hair and red eyes, stands in front of the tall man and exclaims indignantly. She expresses her surprise and displeasure upon learning that the man bought everything for 1 gold. This begins to unfold the story of their unexpected encounter. The hooded man, sword in hand, approaches Lane with determination. His eyes sparkle, and he says with satisfaction that he has finally found her. His confident and threatening appearance creates a tense atmosphere. The man goes on to say that he has been looking forward to this moment. His gaze is full of determination, and the light reflects off his naked sword. Lane looks at him with surprise and fear, not believing his eyes. Lane utters in confusion, "You?" realizing that standing before her is someone she hasn't seen in a long time. Anxiety appears in her eyes, and she tries to figure out what to do now. The hooded man standing there seems puzzled. He wonders who is in front of him. His face expresses bewilderment, and flashes of lightning are drawn around him, symbolizing his inner struggle and misunderstanding. Lane, squinting her eyes, ponders aloud that this man is not from around here. She tries to guess his name, going through the options, but is clearly wrong. Her musings get tangled up in question marks, which emphasizes her confusion. Lane suddenly remembers a recent challenge to a fight and enthusiastically states that this is the same man who challenged her to a duel. She perks up and points at him with a smile, hoping she has finally figured out his identity. The 2 young men discuss Lane's clothing and patterns with dismay and surprise. They realize that her appearance symbolizes something important. Their speculation emphasizes the seriousness of the situation and draws attention to its significance. A close-up view shows a pattern on Lane's clothing that seems familiar to the young men. They wonder if the pattern is a symbol of Gallus, which adds intrigue and mystery to the story. Lane, with a determined expression on her face, stands silently in front of the crowd that is watching her. The people around them whisper and whisper, but Lane stares confidently ahead, ready for further action and answers to questions. Lane, a determined woman with golden hair and sparkling eyes, prepares for battle. She clutches her sword tightly, expressing her unyielding determination and willingness to fight. The fury and confidence in her gaze shows the seriousness of her intentions. In a cozy tavern, a group of men are having a relaxed time sitting at tables. They are engaged in leisurely conversations and are completely unaware of the impending threat. The atmosphere around them is calm and serene. Entering the tavern, Lane attracts everyone's attention with her confidence and determination. She demands to know who among those present calls himself Gallos, her stern gaze leaving no doubt as to the seriousness of her intentions. The men in the tavern begin to fidget, sensing the growing tension. One of them, apparently in charge, tries to understand what is happening, but cannot hide his anxiety. Panic gradually takes over everyone. Lane recognizes one of the men and accuses him of trying to take control of the city. Her anger escalates and she demands an immediate end to the extortion and illegal activities, emphasizing her resolve. She explains that in this society, the only way to sell goods at a decent price is through the black market. Lane expresses her displeasure with the current situation, seeing it as a threat to all honest residents of the town. Asking a sharp question about the high prices, Lane does not hide her anger and indignation. Her eyes sparkle with rage, and her voice sounds so that the men realize it is better not to joke with her. The men in the tavern look puzzled and confused. They don't understand what Lane is talking about. Their confusion becomes obvious. They are scared and don't know what to do next. Lane mocks their ignorance and promises to teach them the basics of economics so that they can survive in this cruel world. She emphasizes her determination to make a difference. Lane sharply reminds them of the importance of the invisible hands of the market by mentioning Adam Smith. This emphasizes her education and determination to fight for justice, leaving the men no chance for excuses. The golden-haired Lane stood with her weapon at the ready, her eyes blazing yellow fire. This was a girl who knew no fear, ready for any battle, and it showed in her confident smile. She held her sword high, ready to strike. Gallas, hidden under the hood, remembered the nightmares that had haunted the members of the Gallas since that ill-fated night. No one had been killed then, but the memories of that day tormented their souls every night. After many years, Gallas was back on his feet. Determination burned in his eyes. He was ready to fight Lane and put an end to his nightmares. This meeting meant more to him than just a duel. His story was too long and tragic to retell in one fell swoop. Gallas knew this moment would be the culmination of his long wanderings and suffering. Lane and Gallas stood across from each other at the fair. Lane was bragging about the improvements to the black market, and Gallas remained reserved, reminding her of her promise to stay away from them. Tension flared between them. It had been 100 years since they had last met, and Gallas continued to seek her out. Lane thought his actions were childish and asked him to stop saying her name, believing she was insulting him by doing so. Their altercation drew the attention of the crowd. Gallas, not hiding his anger, ordered Lane to shut up and show his true strength. He was willing to turn a blind eye to her tyranny if she proved her power. A tense battle of glances ensued between them. His gaze became hard. He looked at Lane with hatred and determination. He had no doubts about his intentions and was ready for decisive action. Gallas was preparing for the final blow. Lane stared at Gallas, stunned. She had not expected such confidence and strength from her old enemy. There was fear and surprise in her eyes, which made the scene particularly dramatic. Gallas triumphantly declared that this was the end for Lane. He was confident of his victory and had no doubts about the outcome of the battle. For him, this was the culmination of years of suffering and searching, and he was ready to end the story. Gallas stands in front of a burning house, waving his arms and condemning someone for visiting the black market. He is certain that if his warning had been taken seriously, this would not have happened. His expression is calm, but there is a reproachful tone in his voice. Gallas reminds him that he's here to sell Cornyn's claws, but the situation is clearly out of control. He is clearly annoyed, and events do not seem to have gone according to his plan. His posture indicates an underlying threat. Lane, with golden hair, confidently appraises Cornyn's claws. She estimates their value at 30 gold, and her determination is evident in her gestures and confident expression. She is willing to fight for her rightfulness. Lane wonders how such value could have been sold for only 1 gold. Her surprise is mixed with determination, and she clearly has no intention of giving in. Gallas looks at her with anger, his eyes burning with fury. Lane, with confidence in her voice, challenges Gallas, believing his threats to be empty. Her determination and willpower are clear in her posture and facial expression. She is not about to back down in the face of his anger. In response to her challenge, Gallas orders his subordinates to kill Lane. The situation becomes increasingly tense, and Gallas seems to lose control of his emotions. Lane prepares for battle, her face expressing determination. Lane delivers a powerful blow with her sword, and the glint of its blade reflects the determination in her eyes. She is focused and ready for battle, her actions precise and ruthless. Her movements are swift and sure. The crowd watches in awe and admiration. Lane, despite the superiority of the enemy forces, demonstrates her power and confidence. She does not hesitate, her gaze directed at Gallas. Lane easily repels Gallas's attack. her face lit up with determination and disdain. She realizes her power and isn't afraid to use it to show she is right and protect her interests. Gallus realizes that Lane will not stop. He shouts to his subordinates to kill her, but Lane confidently continues the battle, her determination and willpower leaving no doubt of her victory. Clive glares disdainfully at his opponent, smelling the foul odor of blood on his sword. He holds his weapon firmly, determined to prove his strength. His gaze is determined, despite the blows he has already received and the darkness enveloping his figure. Clive rebukes his enemies, noticing how cowardly they are, attacking the whole crowd cowardly against one. Ahead of him are Lane and Gallus, ready to engage him at any moment. The anger in Clive's eyes reflects his determination to stand to the end. The enemies surround Clive, holding their swords at the ready. In the crowd, Clive notices a familiar face, Lane, who is not confused and holds her weapon at the ready. The enemies shout, asking who he is, not realizing the mistake they are making. One of the enemies remarks with a sneer that Clive, a young swordsman, has decided to show his chivalry. He warns Clive that he will regret his decision, but the Duke only clenches his teeth and prepares for the next blow, full of confidence in his abilities. Lane stands side by side with Clive, warning him not to cry when he is beaten. She smiles despite the danger, confident in their combined strength and that they can withstand any attack. Winan, noticing the fire in the distance, realizes he is too late. His gaze is filled with worry and anxiety. He hopes his friends are still all right. He quickens his step, feeling his heart beating faster and faster. Winan makes his way through the crowd, trying to get to his friends. He yells to Lane to wait for him, hoping to help in this difficult situation. The crowd around him is noisy, but he doesn't back down. Lane looks at the situation with frustration. She waves her weapon around, full of determination and confidence despite what is happening around her. Her eyes sparkle, and she is ready for any turn of events. Gallus prepares to attack in a rage. He bites his lip, trying to contain his anger, but it only fuels him even more, making his punches more precise and powerful. He's ready to fight anyone who dares to approach. Clive and Lane stand side by side, ready to face the next wave of enemies. They are confident of their victory, despite the numerical superiority of the enemy. Their hearts beat in unison, full of determination and courage. Winan watched as Lane, enjoying fighting humans after the constant monster hunts, unleashed fierce blows on her opponents, causing them to fear and hate her. One of her enemies can't stand it and screams furiously, demanding her death. Winan and his companions watch with interest, amazed by Lane's skills. They can't believe how long she's been doing this, and one of them remarks that it would be worth it to end it already with one blow. Winan even begins to feel sorry for Lane's opponents. Lane, ignoring the complaints of her enemies, continues her fight, showing off her strength and skill. Winan, watching her, recognizes that she does inspire fear. Despite his confidence, he realizes how dangerous Lane is in battle. Suddenly, Winan is faced with an unexpected threat. He screams in panic when he notices that the marketplace where they are is being attacked by a mysterious sword-wielding man who has already managed to take out several people. The mysterious attacker turns out to be Clive, a black-haired and hooded duke. He is standing among the fallen bodies, his sword still stained with blood. Winan tries to figure out who this man is, for he seems vaguely familiar. Lane, noticing Clive, decides it is time to intervene. She announces that it is time to rest, adding that the opponent should retire. Her tired but determined look inspires respect from those around her. Clive, standing across from Lane, seems wary but does not back down. His confidence and willingness to fight makes Winan uneasy. He realizes that a serious battle awaits them. Lane challenges Winan to a duel, offering to bet on the outcome of the battle. Her smile leaves no doubt that she is confident of victory. Winan accepts the challenge, preparing for a serious test. The spectators gathered around watch breathlessly as the confrontation unfolds. Lane and Clive are ready to fight, each believing in their own strength. Winan and the others wait with interest to see who will emerge victorious from this dramatic fight. With tension in the air, Lane and Clive begin their duel, each calibrating their blows and defending themselves against the other's attacks. Their battle becomes the epicenter of attention for everyone around them, every second filled with drama and emotion. Lane holds out a sack full of gold coins. Their bright shine causes the surprise and admiration of those around her, demonstrating that she has successfully completed a difficult task. This moment sparks interest in her future actions and intrigues the reader. Lane confidently announces that she is leaving and offers to meet later. Her facial expression conveys determination and strength, which reinforces the impression of her character and makes the reader want to follow her adventures further. The young men are surprised at the size of the bag of money Lane has brought. One of them, with obvious admiration and envy, comments that he has never seen so much money. This creates an atmosphere of intense anticipation and admiration for the heroine. The crowd discusses Lane, wondering where she got such riches from. One of the men exclaims that he does not understand where she hunts, emphasizing the mystery and danger of her occupation. This moment adds to the mystery of her image and interest in her adventures. Lane answers the crowd's questions by telling them that she hunted in the dangerous Naipaul Gorge. Her calm and confident tone conveys her experience and bravery, reinforcing the impression of her skill and ability to deal with danger. Lane explains that hunting in the gorge has no master, so she does not care if others come to hunt there. However, she emphasizes that a joint sweep would be more beneficial. This demonstrates her strategic thinking and ability to find a benefit in any situation. Winan, Lane's companion, is surprised and admires her words. He asks if they too can go hunting in the same place. His response emphasizes Lane's respect and admiration, creating an atmosphere of trust and understanding between them. Lane explains with a chuckle that monsters grow stronger after being saturated with human blood. Her facial expression and confident tone convey the danger and seriousness of the situation, heightening the tension and interest in further developments. Winan reports that Angelica said that only madmen like Lane could survive in that hellish gorge. He emphasizes how dangerous the place is, reinforcing the atmosphere of fear and admiration for Lane, who dared to take such a risk. Winan laughs, saying that he saw people's faces turn pale with fear. Lane replies indifferently that she doesn't care, showing her resilience and equanimity. This emphasizes the contrast between their reactions and reinforces the impression of Lane as a heroine ready for any challenge. Lane discusses the situation with Winan, noting that due to his actions, few would dare venture into a dangerous place. However, she worries about the lack of men on the border, which could complicate their situation. Lane confidently states that she doesn't need the help of others, regardless of the lack of hands. She believes that those who are offered to help would not be able to last even a few minutes in battle. Lane is surprised to see Winan at the black market and asks him what he's here for. She thought he would never visit such a place, as it was too dangerous for him. Winan explains with a smile that he couldn't have missed such news. Lane herself had ventured to the black market. He adds that anyone would have come running here out of curiosity upon hearing of her visit. Lane begins to question whether she did the right thing in coming here. Suddenly she notices a man and asks Winan who he is. Winan claims not to know him, though the man is clearly a danger. The man, Lane notices, turns out to be Clive, who is known for his exceptional fighting skills. Winan tries to convince Lane that she and Clive do not know each other, despite the fact that they have clearly exchanged glances. Lane accuses Winan of lying, assuring him that she saw her and Clive exchange a glance. Winan brushes off her words, claiming that he needs to get back to the border guards, and asks Lane to stay out of his way. Lane is alarmed, realizing that Clive could be from Gallos's gang. She is concerned that his presence here could mean serious trouble. Winan also shows concern about this. Tensions rise when a new character appears. The agitated man calls Lane by name, which further complicates the situation. Lane and Winan become alert, preparing themselves for possible trouble. Lane and Winan face uncertainty and danger. The appearance of Clive and a new character keeps them on their guard. They realize that serious challenges may lie ahead and prepare for any surprises. Winan and Lane encounter Edmund, who is concerned about their long absence. Lane is annoyed by his words and expresses her displeasure, showing that she is already tired of his concern, while Winan remains puzzled and doesn't understand what is wrong. Lane tells Edmund to go back, pretending that they don't know each other, and directs him to take another useless companion with him. Edmund and Winan are perplexed by her demands, not understanding what has caused such harshness in her words and behavior. Winan realizes that this is the first time he has met Edmund and decides to introduce himself. He reveals that he is a colleague of Lane's and a hunter named Morian Winan, hoping that this will help establish trust and clarify the situation. Edmund, somewhat embarrassed, gives his name Edmund Jensen and tries to understand the situation. Lane remains frowning, showing no interest in the conversation, her irritation still evident, and she clearly doesn't want to waste time explaining. Winan announces that he is the head of border security, which raises more questions for Edmund. He recalls that Lane was going to the black market, and that makes him even more worried and suspicious. Lane explains that she went to the black market herself and Winan just decided to come and meet her. She suggests that Edmund leave quickly to go about his business, clearly showing her impatience and irritation. Edmund, a bit confused, tries to justify himself, but Lane is adamant and insists that he leave. Winan stands by her words, guiding Edmund away to avoid further explanation and conflict. Edmund notices a new man approaching them. This causes him to wonder and question. He tries to figure out who it is and why he is here, preparing himself for possible trouble. Lane notices the man approaching and calls him by name. It is Clive, who was wearing a cloak, hiding his face. This causes everyone to be surprised and tense. They weren't expecting him to show up. Lane cheerfully confirms that Clive does indeed know them. She and Winan explain to Edmund that Clive is not a border guard, but a hunter. Lane recalls that an aristocrat had the same name as him, which adds even more intrigue. Winan stares in surprise at something, a look of shock on his face, and lightning flashes behind him. He thinks about what's going on, and it's stirring up a storm of emotion. Clive, hidden under his hood, confirms that he is indeed Duke Clive Winterlock. Winan is shocked by this revelation and cannot believe his ears. Winan reflects on how someone recently called the Duke by his first name. Clive calmly confirms this fact, remaining unfazed despite the tense situation. Winan, covering his face with his hand, thinks about what a fool he was for not guessing Clive's identity sooner. He reproaches himself for it, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Clive, under the hood, reflects on the fact that his expectations were wrong. He recalls his past actions and realizes that he made the mistake of speaking disrespectfully to the nobleman. Winan realizes that the sale of weapons and armor has greatly increased the budget. He realizes that this trade has brought in huge profits, which allows him to plan further actions. Clive, looking at the moon, has an ominous premonition. He senses that something is wrong and it worries him. He wonders where he gets this feeling from and remembers Ophelia. Ophelia, lying in a luxurious bed, is tormented by disturbing thoughts. She can't find a place to sit, her anxiety grows, and she tries to figure out what it is that is troubling her. When Ophelia wakes up, she leaps out of bed in fear. Her eyes are wide open and she feels her heart pounding in her chest. She tries to comprehend what has happened and realizes it was a nightmare. Clive, standing under the moon, reflects on his premonitions again. He senses that something terrible is about to happen, and this makes him wary, despite the seeming calmness of the night. Ophelia, awake in a luxurious room, sits on the bed and peers through the doors. She is trying to come to her senses after a disturbing dream, and concern is read in her gaze. The doors look massive and imposing, adding to the atmosphere of unease. Her aunt enters the room, a gray-haired woman with kind eyes. She sees the anxiety on Ophelia's face and gently asks what is wrong. The aunt looks caring and understanding, ready to support her niece at any moment. Ophelia confesses that she had a nightmare. Auntie sits down next to her and listens to her carefully, supporting her niece through this difficult moment. Ophelia feels warmth and support from her aunt's presence by her side. Ophelia tells her that she saw Clive's death in a dream, which frightened her greatly. Her aunt reassures her, telling her that it was only a dream, trying to dispel Ophelia's dark thoughts. Her voice sounds confident and soothing. Despite her aunt's words, Ophelia is still troubled. She ponders that perhaps her dream was a vision of the future, which depresses her even more. Her thoughts are confused and she can't shake off her fear. Auntie tries to allay Ophelia's fears, reassuring her that dreams don't always matter and that she shouldn't worry so much. She gently takes her hand, showing her support and concern. Ophelia, still anxious, tries to find comfort in her aunt's words. Her gaze still remains concerned, but she tries to hold herself together. Auntie continues to speak soothing words without letting go of her hand. To lighten the atmosphere a bit, Auntie jokes that the next time she has a dream like this, Ophelia should hit Clive to make sure it's just a dream. Ophelia smiles weakly, appreciating Auntie's attempt to cheer her up. Auntie suggests that Ophelia drink a glass of water and go back to sleep, assuring her that everything will be fine. Ophelia calms down a bit, feeling safe under her aunt's careful watch. Before leaving, Auntie picks up the book Ophelia has been reading and offers to finish it herself to distract her niece from her gloomy thoughts. Ophelia nods gratefully, accepting her aunt's concern. Auntie promises that things won't seem so dire in the morning. Ophelia, laughing, covers her mouth as she watches someone being reprimanded by her aunt. At this point, it is clear that the situation is comical and casual. The scene shows Ophelia in a good mood despite what is happening. Winan is sitting in front of two men in an empty room. One of them is asking him questions, trying to find out his identity and intentions. The atmosphere is tense, and Winan feels under the gun. This is the beginning of an important dialogue. Winan introduces himself, explaining that his name is Morian Winan. He keeps a confident and open demeanor that inspires a certain amount of confidence in his interlocutors. His smile emphasizes that he is not hiding anything important. James, the commander of the Knights, suddenly recognizes Winan and tries to remember where he has seen him before. This moment emphasizes that Winan is not as simple as he may seem at first glance. Winan remembers the competition that Emma Lane won. He is surprised that his interlocutor also remembers this event. At this point, it becomes clear that Winan has a serious competitor that he has already faced. James, assessing Winan, admits that he would have chosen him as a more adequate candidate. This moment brings a smile to Winan's face, showing that he feels confident in his role. James confirms that Emma Lane beat Gallus's gang members to a pulp. This adds drama and emphasizes Emma's strength and danger, which causes respect and some anxiety for Winan. Winan realizes that he and Emma were not the only ones involved. This moment shows his thoughtfulness and caution as he tries to figure out who else could have been involved in the incident. James admits that he could not see the face of the hooded man who was involved in those events. This adds to the mystique and emphasizes the complexity of the situation the characters face. Winan is surprised to learn that Emma called the Duke by his first name. This fact emphasizes their more personal and deep relationship than it might have seemed at first glance. Winan and James try to understand why she used his first name and not his last name. Winan is talking to Duke Clive in his study, surrounded by tall shelves of books and soft light from the windows. The Duke asks with a serious expression if Winan wants to stay here, and Winan answers in the affirmative, confirming his decision with firmness in his voice. Clive, raising an eyebrow, is surprised at Winan's decision to stay on the dangerous frontier, thinking it unwise and even pointless. He wants to further understand what drives Winan and why he is so insistent. Winan enthusiastically declares that he wants to help the Duke and the Empire, and to learn from experienced and skillful knights. The Duke, however, looks at him skeptically, suspecting that there is something more behind those words. Confessing to the deception, Winan embarrassingly explains that he is actually very worried and unsure of his abilities. His true motives remain hidden, and his face expresses anxiety and indecision. Clive continues to ponder, realizing that things are not limited to Gallos alone. He expresses doubts about the true reasons for Winan's actions, suspecting that the situation is far more complicated than meets the eye. Winan asks the Duke if he really thinks Lane has simply gotten involved with Gallos's gang. Clive sinks into reflection, his gaze becoming more serious, and he begins to realize the ulterior motives. Winan learns of rumors that other gangs are planning to take over the black market, which creates further complications. This news makes him uneasy, and he begins to contemplate his next course of action. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Winan laughs nervously, predicting that they will have a tough time. He remarks that he has never seen the knights do their job properly, which adds to his unease. With sudden consternation, Winan exclaims upon seeing Clive's reaction. His heart begins to beat faster, and he realizes the gravity of his situation as he tries to find a way out of the situation. Winan reflects on how Lane dared to scold the Crown Prince right in front of the Duke, wondering how she stayed alive afterward. His thoughts mingle with worry and surprise, leaving him confused. Clive the Duke sits pensively on his throne and says that it can be settled with words without violence. Winan agrees, adding that he is always willing to smooth out the sharp edges in any situation. Winan laughs and says with confidence that his experience enables him to act with confidence. He reveals that he has been in the same role for 3 years now, protecting his loved ones. Clive warns that the captain of the order will be informed of the new arrival and that a spare room will be found for Winan. Winan thanks him for this. Winan promises that while he is here, he will try to help with the hunt. However, Clive replies firmly that this will not happen as he will not allow it. Winan explains that he does not hunt monsters unless it is necessary. He alludes to Clive and Lane's recklessness, adding that they are both crazy. Lane, annoyed, accuses Winan of not trusting her. She says that she would never lie about her intentions, thus showing her sincerity. Winan remarks that he can't believe that Lane herself decided not to participate. He asks about the reasons, to which Lane explains that she is here as a civilian. Winan, looking closely at Lane, still doubts her words. He realizes that there is conflict between them, but hopes that they can find common ground. Lane finally convinces Winan that she really came here with peaceful intentions. Winan eventually agrees and is willing to help her in her endeavors. Lane explains to Winan that she can only intervene if the knights are seriously injured. Winan is surprised by her determination and treats her with respect, realizing how dedicated she is. Her confidence and calmness earns him admiration and trust. Winan and Lane see the knights who can't believe they have received new equipment and weapons. They joke about the ownership of this equipment, not hiding their surprise and joy. The new uniforms seem like a real gift to them, boosting their morale. Lane informs them that so far they have only gotten the basic and necessary items. She offers to go out and buy whatever they need in addition, should the need arise. Her willingness to help impresses the knights and makes them feel grateful and respected. The knights thank Lane for her concern and offered help. They are happy and express their gratitude for her generosity, genuinely pleased to see such attention to their needs. Their faces light up with joy and gratitude. Lane jokingly asks the knights to get wounded the next time they hunt so she can intervene. The knights, laughing, ask her not to joke like that, realizing her unusual way of showing her willingness to always come to the rescue. Their laughter fills the atmosphere with warmth and friendliness. Lane warns that if the knights don't do this, she won't be able to hunt. She believes that they have already learned how to catch monsters and handle it, and her confidence in their abilities gives them strength and confidence. Sighing sadly, Lane expresses her disappointment that she won't be able to hunt. Her sadness is conveyed through her gestures and facial expressions, and Winan tries to support her, realizing how important it is for her to participate in the hunt. Duke Clive, studying the book, ponders the fact that the monster that came through the window is most likely flying. He is seriously pondering the situation, trying to find a rational explanation for what is happening. His mind is focused on finding a solution. Clive analyzes the possibility of a flying creature entering through the window. He tries to find an answer by researching known species of flying creatures, and his focus and determination inspire confidence in his ability to deal with the threat. Lane and Clive are ready for action. They realize that the creature they are about to face is covered in gooey acid and is hard to catch, adding to the complexity of their mission. Their determination and willingness to fight inspire hope for a successful outcome. Clive ponders the problem of destroying unknown creatures about which nothing is known. He realizes that without knowledge of the enemies, it is difficult to come up with an effective strategy. He ponders how to deal with a monster whose body is covered in acid and realizes that cutting off its head will not be easy. Meanwhile, James reports to Duke Clive that the room for Morian Winan has been prepared as ordered. Clive approves of the work done, and James feels gratified by the praise. James notices that Clive is pensive and tries to cheer him up. He says that Morian is a reasonable man and will handle any difficulties, even when it comes to crazy creatures. These words calm Clive down a bit. They discuss Morian accepting help from someone he doesn't like. This causes Clive to be perplexed and thoughtful. He can't believe that Morian has changed his mind and has begun to cooperate with someone he previously despised. Suddenly, James notices that Clive abruptly changes the subject and becomes very serious. This alarms him, and he tries to figure out what has happened. Both men head to the window where they notice the shadow of a huge creature flying by. They realize that the threat is close and urgent action is needed. The monster that appears before them turns out to be a huge red dragon. Clive and James prepare for battle, realizing the danger of the situation. Clive and James realize that they need to make decisions quickly. James wonders how to stop such a powerful opponent and asks Clive about his plans. Clive, although he looks calm, is feeling excitement inside. He prepares to give the command and lead his men into battle. Strategies and possible courses of action flash through his mind. The monster makes a sudden leap to the side and the battle begins. Clive and James realize that a difficult and dangerous battle awaits them, on the outcome of which depends the fate of many people. Duke Clive orders his aide to immediately notify everyone and bring the magician, as the situation requires urgent intervention. The aide rushes to execute the order, realizing the importance and urgency of the task. Clive remains in the office, deeply thinking about what to do next. Clive, stunned by what has happened, remains in the office, thinking about the possible consequences. He expresses anxiety and tries to comprehend what has happened. The Duke's thoughts are full of anxiety, and he realizes that further decisions will be critical for everyone. Meanwhile, a red dragon appears over the western wall of the border patrol. The guards and warriors prepare for a possible attack, tensely watching the monster's movements. The dragon seems threatening, and the patrol realizes that an uphill battle for life and honor lies ahead. Lane, leading the patrol, notices the dragon and exclaims, turning to her comrades. The warriors are stunned, realizing that this is Darius, a powerful and dangerous creature. Their faces express a mixture of fear and determination. They prepare for mortal combat. The commander gives orders to stay away from each other and be ready to attack in crowded areas. Realizing the danger, they prepare for battle. The commander emphasizes the importance of coordination and vigilance, for the outcome of the battle depends on it. One of the warriors asks Lane a question about how to destroy Darius. He reminds her that she has faced this monster before and her experience can help. The warriors look at her hopefully, believing in her ability to find a way out of the situation. Lane, somewhat confused, accepts a sword from one of the warriors. He recommends using this sword instead of the awkward axe, emphasizing its advantage. Lane ponders this advice, realizing that much depends on her choice. Wenan, who is nearby, wonders why they did not use this sword earlier when the situation became critical. He watches with concern as events unfold. His face expresses doubt and tension, waiting for immediate action. Lane, having made up her mind, agrees to the suggestion. She realizes that this is indeed a very serious situation that requires immediate action. Determination appears in her eyes, and she prepares for battle with renewed vigor. The warriors prepare for battle as Winan gives orders to Catherine and Lisa. They must take out the remaining warriors and check the number of wounded to minimize casualties. Their coordinated actions give hope for a successful conclusion to this battle.